Can you all hear me? I can hear me on my laptop, so that's a good thing. All right, give me 1 second. Sorry, I just had the booster seat for my niece here so she can sit in it because she does not listen in her seatbelt. So back to the booster seat she goes. Hoping the case starts any minute now. The judge is so picky about it being on time, and moving things along. Yet here we are at 9:10 with no feed. So there's that. I'm surprised. Give me 1 second, guys, while I buckle my niece in here into the car. I wonder what is taking so long. Like what? Sometimes they deal with like issues ahead of time, but like usually we get to hear those if they're arguing any sort of motions or entering anything into evidence or anything like that. And usually we get to see top. Okay, I don't know what that was. It just buffered on its own. So cool. Nope. Still not. Oh God, what's taking so long? So how was everybody else's weekend? Brianna, how was your weekend? I hope everybody else's was a little better than mine. I don't. Good afternoon, Trisha. Yeah, she's over the pond. Are you? Oh, so it's afternoon for her. It's morning for us. Ah. Of course, Trisha. Of course.
Well, that's awesome.
Other than intro writers ticking off the press by jumping in front of them. Okay. Oh, shocker! Shocker! They always do that. I mean, it's just it's a. I don't even know when. First of all, they're supposed to be in the buffer zone. I don't know why they're not. I can't answer her. I'm on a stream, Becky. Hi, B Tim. I'm on a stream, Becky. I can't answer you. Streaming. Becky.
Oh shit.
My weekend was great yesterday. A massive firestorm went off. Oh, in Sebastian Roberts' case. Wow, what happened there? I mean, I don't know. Oh, here we go. Hold on. We got some feed incoming here. I mean, I was going to shut up for a second, but we're still not getting on. Yeah, I've been following that one a little, not as much as some other ones that I've been following, but I can see that it's starting to become a fucking shit show. You know, was there new info on that case that made it a shit show? Boy, I wonder if the judge is going to tell us today too that like they're not doing these half days anymore, because I think these half days are, I don't know why any trial that would last this long would even consider half days. I don't know why she ever considered half days on this. It's just not enough time. And also, like, you know, I think I'm just spoiled with other cases in other states where like they go until like after 5 o'clock and they start right promptly at 9 or even sometimes right before. So like, I don't know, you know, they only go like 9, a little obviously after 9 till literally 4, or even sometimes the judge is pulling the plug at like 3:45, which is like, come on, lady, you know.
Like we
YouTube trying to testify in child custody hearings about marriage. What? You're kidding, right? I can't imagine, as a YouTuber myself, as somebody who streams myself, I cannot
cover you overseas.
Oh,
In
sorry
many
guys,
countries,
I can't
medical
change that
providers
because I'm not
require
the
cash
host.
up front before
Um,
they'll treat you. Don't get stuck
I'll wait
paying
until
for
it stops
unexpected
so I can
medical
talk.
bills. Travel
So
insurance with
stupid.
emergency medical
I
benefits can
can't
reimburse covered expenses, ensure you receive high-quality care, and even pay for your transportation home.
because I will lose.
So you can travel with confidence. Insure your next trip today.
I can't imagine, as someone who's a YouTuber myself and someone who does this, ever trying to testify in a child custody case involving the parents of a missing child. Like, what? I know nothing about that family, their situation, what they've lived through, how they act. People love to just be like, well, that's not the way a normal person would act, and that's not the way. I'll tell you, from working in mental health for so long, there is no normal way for normal people to act, okay? Everybody acts according to their circumstances, according to, like, I can't believe anybody even, like, are you kidding me? Like, of course he was denied. He has no legal standing to even attempt it. I mean, I'm sorry, but if you're a YouTuber, like, you're doing that just for, like, clicks and likes, and, like, you have no integrity, and shame on you. Like, shame on you. Shame on the people that know better in this case and continue to do it because the numbers go up and their donations go through the roof, and, like, shame on you for not having any goddamn integrity. Shame on you for not speaking up that the Alberts and McCabe's have been relentlessly harassed. Shame on you.
You know what? I'll be right back.
All right, please. Hey. All persons having business before the Honorable Beverly Cannoni, Justice of the Norfolk Superior Court, for the County of Norfolk. Draw near, give your attendance, and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is now open. You may be seated.
22-117, the Commonwealth versus Karen Reed.
Hey, good morning again, Council. Again, Ms. Reed. Good morning, jurors.
I want to ask you those same 3 questions. Were you all able to follow the instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we left here on Friday?
Yes.
Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case?
Yes.
Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left here on Friday?
No.
Everyone said no or shook their heads. Thank you very much. May we have Ms. McCabe, please?
So again, just be mindful of that. Raise your right hand. You solemnly swear the evidence you're going to be recorded during the case on hand should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do. Good morning. All right, Mr. Jackson, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. McCabe, family is important to you, is it not?
Yes,
As a matter of fact, it's probably fair to say that family is one of the most important things in your life.
yes,
You indicated on Friday that you know John O'Keefe, or you knew John O'Keefe, and you considered him a friend.
yes,
You also indicated that you know Miss Reed, and at some point you considered her a friend.
yes,
But clearly, John O'Keefe was not family, was he?
no,
He was not a McCabe, correct?
no,
He was not an Albert.
no,
Karen Reed is not family, correct?
correct,
Not a McCabe.
no,
She's not an Albert.
no,
Ms. McCabe, when you were at Waterfall on the evening of the 28th, going into the early morning hours of the 29th, you spent some time with John O'Keefe and Karen Reed.
correct,
You didn't see any tension between the two of them at the time?
no.
Matter of fact, they seemed like a normal couple to you?
I didn't see them interact much.
They were both engaging with you, correct?
I had separate conversations with them.
So John O'Keefe, we've seen from several videos, I'm not going to play the video, John O'Keefe was situated for the most part over in that corner as the camera is looking, the right corner of the bar, along with you, Nicole O'Keefe, I think Matt McCabe was over there as well, correct?
I can't be sure, but I know I spoke to Karen in that corner.
And certainly you saw nothing to suggest that there was any tension or discord between and among those individuals, certainly between Ms. Reed and Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
Correct.
When you left Fairview, were you among the first to leave or among the last to leave?
I left there was 4 of us that left total. It was
Which one?
myself, my husband, Matt, Julie Nagel, and Sarah Levinson.
When you walked out, Karina Kolkithis was close by, close himself, correct?
Oh, wait, are you talking about leaving the waterfall?
The water.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was confused. I was talking about Fairview. Leaving the waterfall?
Correct.
Yes, we were one of the last to leave.
All right. And Miss Karina Kolakithis was sort of in tow right with you as you were walking out, correct?
Yes,
And Karen Reed, my client, was also heading that direction as well, correct?
yes,
And you said something to Miss Reed, did you not? As you walked out.
we were in a conversation. Yes,
Did you say specifically, you're coming with me to Karen?
no,
You didn't say that.
not exactly those words.
What exactly were the words that you used?
I said, why don't you come with me?
And you even waited outside in what was ultimately freezing cold temperatures for Miss Reed, correct?
Yes,
If you could take a look, Your Honor, with court's permission, Exhibit 53, I'd like to play about maybe a 15-second clip from that.
Okay.
Actually, it's a little bit longer than that. It may be a minute. Can we pause this, Mr. Biggs? For the record, Your Honor, this is about runtime 12:10 and 17 seconds or so. If you could move that up, Mr. Biggs, to 12:10 and about 45 seconds. That's close enough. Ms. McCabe, do you recognize what's depicted in this portion of the video?
I see a car. It's kind of hard to see. I don't know what the thing on the white thing is.
Okay, let's go ahead and play it, and let's see if you recognize any of this. Pause, please. Okay, that's a terrible place to pause. Move further. It's also not super clear. Can you see a person in that video?
From where I'm sitting now.
It's a little tough.
Yes.
Let's go ahead and play it forward. Well, actually, we can advance that just a little bit. Did you see a person in the background right there?
I honestly, I can't make out what that is.
Let's play it forward and see if this helps. Okay. Now do you see a person?
Yes,
The lighting is terrible. I apologize. Not my video. Do you know who that person is?
I don't know.
That's you, isn't it?
I can't tell from that picture if that's me.
Okay, let's maybe play it a little bit further forward. Awesome. Now, with the flag out of the way, do you recognize anybody in the foreground down at the bottom right?
That looks to be John.
Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes,
You see someone to his right.
I do. Yes.
And who is that person?
I cannot make it out in the photo.
Okay, let's go ahead and play it forward. And pause. You see the person with the sort of white shoes just above the car.
Yes.
Does that appear to be you?
I can't make that out that it's me, but I know I was there and I know I spoke with them.
Okay, so you do recall walking outside and sort of waiting and hovering in about that area, correct?
I was talking with them.
Okay. Does it appear that you're talking with them in
No,
this frame?
that looks like they've walked away.
Right. As a matter of fact, it looked like they walked away without talking to you outside, correct?
Well, do you have video of moments before that when I was standing talking to them?
See, this is the point where I get to ask the questions and you get to answer. So I'm asking you, do you see yourself standing in the parking lot after John and the person to his right had walked away?
Yes.
Okay, let's play it for just a few more seconds. Go ahead and pause. And what do you appear to be doing at that point?
Walking to my car.
Okay, so you turn around and left after Mr. O'Keefe and the person to his right walked away, correct?
Correct.
As you sit here, even though the video leaves a little to be desired, you know that John O'Keefe left with Karen, correct?
Yes,
So the person to his right, the more petite person with the long hair, that would be Karen.
I would assume.
Okay, so you waited out in the parking lot for a few minutes after you said or joked, "You're coming with me," or something like that, correct?
I wouldn't, no, I was speaking to them and then I walked to my car.
You didn't say to Mr. O'Keefe, "You're coming with me." You said to Karen Reed, "You're coming with me," or something to that effect, correct?
Mr. O'Keefe was not outside when I said to Karen, "You're coming with me." I told Karen, "You're coming with me," because John was still in the bar with Matt.
So you asked Karen to come with you in your car
Yes,
to give her a ride,
yes,
separate from John O'Keefe.
yes. I figured he could go with Matt because they were still in the bar.
Was there a reason why you wanted to separate Miss Reed from Mr. O'Keefe at that moment?
No,
Why not just walk to your car with Matt and go where you're going to go?
Matt was still inside.
So you thought it was important enough to make the statement, "You're coming with me," or something to that effect, to my client, to separate her from John O'Keefe, even though your testimony is John O'Keefe was just inside the bar.
Objection. Sustained as to that form. Ask it differently.
Sure. Did you believe it was important at that point to ask Miss Reed to come with you, which would separate her from John O'Keefe?
There was never any idea of separating them.
Except for the fact the idea was, "You're coming with me," not you two are coming with me, correct?
Incorrect.
By definition, if she came with you, you'd be separating her from John, wouldn't you?
We were standing outside
My question
talking.
would be answered yes or no. By definition, your statement to her, you come with me, would separate her from John.
Would not, because we were all going back to Fairview Road.
But not at the same time, ma'am, correct? Your idea is to bring Karen with you, separate and apart from John.
We were waiting for John to come out, and I said, why don't you just come with me? It was innocent.
I'm not asking for your explanation. You'll get to that with Ms. Wilder. I'm asking for a yes or no question or yes or no answer. By definition, your invitation would separate Karen from John, would it not?
Objection.
Right over.
Sustained. Move on.
Would it or would it not separate John and Karen for the ride over?
Objection. Sustained.
Now, when you arrived at Fairview, some folks were already there, correct?
Yes.
Who was already there?
Brian Higgins, Brian Albert, Nicole Albert, Caitlin Albert, Julie Nagel, Sarah Levinson, and Brian Albert Jr.
And then you arrived, as we saw, you walked through the parking lot, got in your car, you arrived, I presume, with your husband, Matt McCabe.
Yes, correct.
I want to ask a question about Mr. Higgins.
Mhm.
You said on Friday that you saw his vehicle when you got to the scene, correct?
Yes,
And you said that it was pulled up a little bit in front of the mailbox, correct?
yes.
Can we have exhibit 66 with the court's permission, please?
Okay.
This is a digital model of the location. Do you recognize this?
Yes,
It appeared to be a relative scale model of 34 Fairview.
yes,
This would be the front door, correct?
yes.
And where's the mailbox? If you can point to it with the laser pointer. Okay, so you're pointing to an area just in front of a car that's in the driveway, correct?
Yes,
And then the driveway's to the right,
yes,
and then along this line is the front lawn area and property line of 34 Fairview, correct?
yes,
You indicated that that Jeep was just a little bit in front of the mailbox, meaning about there, correct?
yes,
And the rear end of that Jeep would be butting up against the driveway,
yes,
or at least the line of the driveway, correct?
yes.
That's quite a bit of detail about where that Jeep was. Would you agree?
No, because I drove down the street and I took a left into the driveway and there was a Jeep there.
Okay. What I'm asking is, you didn't just say, your memory was not just somewhere in front of the house. It's literally right in front of the mailbox, the front end of it, adjoining the line of the driveway, correct?
Yes,
That detail obviously stuck out in your mind.
it did, because I was wondering whose Jeep it was.
Did you discuss that detail with your husband at any point?
Not sure.
You're not sure? You might have.
I'm not sure if I said whose Jeep is that.
No, I don't mean then. I mean between then and now, have you and Mr. McCabe ever discussed where that Jeep was, or your memories of where that Jeep was?
Possibly.
You're aware that he put the Jeep in the exact same place that you did.
Objection.
Are you aware of that?
I am. Oh, wait, no, excuse me. Repeat the question?
You're aware that he puts the Jeep in the exact same spot you just put the Jeep, right in front of that mailbox, right?
I know he knows where the Jeep was. I'm not aware what he said in here.
Does he know where the Jeep was because you told him what to say about the Jeep?
Absolutely not. It's because we drove together in the car and I asked. I possibly could have asked.
One at a time, please, ma'am.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to step on your words. I thought you.
That's okay. You can continue.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
I don't think we got your answer, though.
Okay.
Yeah, I think Madam Court Reporter was asking for your answer.
Can you repeat your answer?
To the question of, did he know where the Jeep was?
Whether or not you told him where the Jeep was.
I did not need to tell Matt where the Jeep was. He knew because we were in the car together.
But you two discussed it.
When are you asking?
At any time, January 29th and today.
I'm sure we have, yes.
You were also interviewed by Trooper Proctor on January 29th, 2022, correct?
Yes.
And you were asked a series of open-ended questions. What did you see? Where did you see it? Correct?
Yes.
Nobody put any words in your mouth.
No.
They told you what to say at that time.
No.
And you told Trooper Proctor that when you arrived at the scene, after you got there, you, quote, first observed the vehicle, meaning Miss Reed's SUV, parked on the street by the driveway facing the direction of Chapman. Correct?
Do you have something I can look at to refresh my memory?
Sure. Do you not have a memory of exactly what you told Trooper Proctor?
Well, I know what
Yes or no? You need your memory refreshed?
I would like to see what the report says, please.
Permission? Yes. Thank you. I'm gonna direct you to vaccines. Paragraph 3.
Mhm.
This is the face page. You'll review that, especially the highlighted portion. Let me know after you've reviewed it. Just read it to yourself.
Sorry.
That's okay.
I was trying to get into your live and tell you, let me
Do
in,
you have
let
that,
me in.
Does that refresh your recollection?
Yes, I know I told
I'm so sorry to do this. I don't mean to. I'm just asking you, does that or does that not refresh your recollection?
regarding.
What you said to Trooper Proctor on the 29th.
Well, I know what I said to Proctor Trooper on the 29th.
Okay. I have to do it this way, it's court rules.
Mhm.
Does that help you with your recollection of what you told Trooper Proctor?
I didn't tell I told Trooper Proctor the car was outside when I looked at the front door, it was straight outside.
I can't quite get the answer I'm looking for. The court is going to require me to ask this question again.
Mhm.
Does that refresh your recollection, yes or no, as to what you told Trooper Proctor? Yes.
I did not say this to Trooper Proctor, no.
It doesn't help?
No.
Okay, may I approach?
Yes.
Thank you. So you did speak to Trooper Proctor on the 29th, correct?
Correct.
And Trooper Proctor asked you some very specific questions about where things were, correct?
Correct.
Focused on Miss Reed's SUV, didn't he? Asked you questions about where Miss Reed's
If
SUV
you
was.
can show me in the report.
Just read it.
So just off of what I just read, is that what you're going off of? Yes?
I'm asking for your memory, you're testifying.
Yes, so my memory is exactly where the car was.
Hold on. So it's very important that both of you, one person at a time, speaks.
Okay.
Madam Court Reporter has to do what you're both saying, and she can't do it simultaneously. So the best way to do that is, Ms. McCabe, just let counsel ask the question
Okay.
and then you answer. And if it takes a lot more time than we expect it to take, it does.
Okay.
Okay, so just
Thanks.
go ahead, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'll slow it down. Did you talk to Trooper Proctor about where the SUV was?
Yes.
Thank you. And he asked you questions about where it was situated outside, correct?
Yes.
And you told him that you first observed it parked on the street by the driveway facing the direction of Chapman, correct?
I told him that when I looked out the front door, the car was straight ahead. And yes, it was facing up Chapman.
And you left out a little part by the driveway, correct?
That could have been his interpretation or an error on his part.
I see. So Trooper Proctor is wrong about what you said.
Objection.
No, I'll let him have it. Do you think he's wrong about what you said?
I 100% said it was straight out the front door.
Okay, next question, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. And during the course of that conversation, you never once Ms. McCabe, not once mentioned a several-ton Jeep with a snowplow attached to it, did you?
I'm not sure if I did or not.
Let's take another look at the report. Would that refresh your recollection to see the report?
Objection.
Do you think that will help you?
I'll take a look at it.
Okay,
May I?
yes.
Direct your attention once again to paragraph 3. You've had an opportunity to review.
I have, yeah.
May I approach you on?
Yes.
That looks like a report from Trooper Proctor of your interview, correct?
Correct.
That interview was taken on January 29th, correct?
Correct.
That interview was taken just a few hours, not days or weeks, hours after the events in question, correct?
Correct.
And you were asked what you saw, what you observed in front of 34 Fairview on that morning, correct? I'm sorry, the night before, correct?
Yes, specific questions about Miss Reed's vehicle.
Okay. And when you said where you remember Miss Reed's vehicle being, you placed it in the exact spot where you're now saying there was a Jeep with a snowplow on it, correct?
Incorrect. I never placed Miss Reed's car in the spot where Mr. Higgins' vehicle was.
So as Trooper Proctor was taking notes about what you were saying, he just got it wrong.
You'd have to ask Trooper Proctor.
I will. And you never mentioned, according to that report, not one word about a Jeep, right?
I may never have been asked about a Jeep.
So if you weren't asked about a Jeep, you also weren't asked about a Nissan Altima. Mention that?
No.
Right. Because what he asked you was, what did you observe in front of the house? Ma'am, that's what he asked you, wasn't it?
No.
And you said, I observed her car by the house.
No.
And you never mentioned the Jeep, did you?
You are not portraying what the conversation was.
Did you or did you not mention a Jeep sitting on that, right by that driveway, Trooper Proctor? Yes or no?
It's not in the report. I don't recall if he asked me about a Jeep.
Now, following the events of January 28th, 29th, you spoke extensively to Chris and Julie Albert, correct?
What do you mean by extensively?
Did you speak at all?
Yes, we did.
Between then and now to Chris and Julie Albert?
Do I speak to Chris and Julie Albert
Have you spoken to them about these events between then and now?
about this case? Is that what you're asking?
Yes, Ms. McCabe, I'm asking about this case.
Of course, I speak to them all the time about the vicious harassment we are all receiving.
That wasn't my question.
Wow.
My question was, did you talk to them about this case, Ms. McCabe?
Yes.
I realize you want to give additional answers in the editorial. I'm asking you very specific questions.
Objection.
So objection as to the form. We've talked about this at sidebar, Mr. Jackson.
You've talked to them about the details of that night, correct? The 28th going into the morning of the 29th.
Yes.
You've talked to them about what happened at the bar, correct?
We've spoke about how we were all at the bar and Karen and John came in.
Is that yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. You've spoken to them about your memory of what happened at the house at 34 Fairview that night, correct?
Yes.
You've spoken to them about who was at the bar, not just what happened, but who was there, correct?
Correct.
You talked to them about the timing of the night, correct?
I don't think specifically, no.
When people came to the bar, when they left, when people got to Fairview, when they left Fairview, things of that nature.
Well, they were at the bar, so they know who was there and when they left.
And ask if you know what they know. I'm asking if you've ever spoken to them about these issues. Yes or no?
I can't be sure if we've spoken about the timeline.
And you've talked to them about when they got there and when they left.
I have no idea when they arrived at the waterfall.
Once again, Ms. McCabe, that's not what my question was. Do you understand my question? Have you spoken to them about their memory of that night and when they came and left?
They have not shared with me when they got there or when they left.
In the 2 years or 2.5 years since this event, you've had extensive conversations with your friends and family about this circumstance, correct?
Correct. Yes.
You've told them your observations, your story, correct?
Correct.
Your observations of the night.
Correct.
And they've told you their observations of the night, correct?
Correct.
So y'all have compared and contrasted your perspectives of what happened that night, correct?
We've tried to figure out what happened to John, our friend.
And you've talked to them extensively about your observations and what your story or your version is. Is that right?
To be honest, not extensively. Speaking about it is very painful and difficult.
What does extensively mean? More than twice?
Well, you tell me.
I'm asking the questions, Ms. McCabe. That's how this works.
I understand, but extensively would mean almost every day.
Do you talk to them almost every day?
I do, but not about the case.
Subjects about this case come up every day?
The harassment of the case does, yes.
What about the specific facts of the case?
No, it's the facts aren't spoken as much as the vicious harassment is spoken about.
Understood. So you've told them your version of the events, correct? And they've told you their version of the events.
Correct.
And remind me, Chris and Julie Albert are, in fact, Colin's parents.
Correct.
At some point, you became aware that your daughter, Allie, was involved in this matter to some extent, correct?
Yes.
You became aware that there was an extraction of your phone that revealed some data about her whereabouts.
That's not how I became aware now.
Like 360?
Yes, I know what that is.
That's what I'm asking about.
Mhm.
You became aware that you know your phone was extracted, correct?
I willingly handed over my phone.
Oh, we'll get to that.
Oh, okay.
You know that your phone was extracted.
Yes, I handed it over.
And you know that your daughter's whereabouts were revealed based on data on that phone, correct?
That is not how I became aware of my daughter's whereabouts.
You testified at the state grand jury, questioned by Mr. Lally, correct?
Yes.
You were asked about the Life 360.
Yes.
You answered those questions very fluidly.
Yes.
Yes, I know what Life 360 is. I use it all the time. It's an app, etc.
Absolutely.
Okay, let's go over that for a second. You admitted that it works as a, quote, GPS as far as where people go and everywhere that you go, correct?
Correct.
You indicated that it works as a reliable, quote unquote, tracking device, is your testimony.
Correct.
You indicated that you rely on it, quote, so you know where your kids are at all times. Is that right?
Correct.
And you even said that it's a quote unquote good parenting tool. Is that right?
Correct.
And the reason you said that is because it's accurate in your experience and it's reliable. Is that right?
It's a good tool, but it is not always accurate.
But you said when you testified in front of the great grand jury that it's accurate and it works as a GPS as far as where you go and everywhere you go, correct?
Objection.
Did you say that?
Can I see it?
Sure. May I approach you?
Yes.
Lines 13 through 15.
You said 13 through 15?
Yes, ma'am.
Mhm. Okay.
Yeah, Ron?
Yes.
Mhm.
Does that refresh your recollection?
It does, yes.
Question and answer?
Well, I just don't see the word accurate on there. I don't know if I missed it.
Mr. McCabe, does that refresh your recollection as to the question and answer about whether you said it works as sort of a GPS as far as where you go and everywhere that you go?
Correct.
And your answer was, yeah. Correct?
Yes.
Okay. So where did Allie go after she supposedly dropped off Colin Albert?
She went nowhere.
Did you check her Life 360 app to verify that she went, quote, nowhere?
At that point, I had no reason to check her.
So the answer is no, you didn't.
No.
Okay. Did you ever verify through the 360 app that in fact Allie did not go home, but rather was out driving until after 1:30 a.m.? Ever check the app and see that?
Did I ever check Life 360 app for that?
Yeah.
No.
Okay. But you believed her when she said she came home.
Yes.
And just like you believed her when she said she picked up Colin, dropped him off, and then came home.
Yes.
Okay. The Alberts had a dog, pardon me, correct?
Yes.
What was the dog's name?
Chloe.
You indicated that on the morning of January 29th,
Mhm.
after 6 a.m., it was still relatively dark out, you burst into the bedroom of Brian and Nicole Albert's home, correct?
Yes.
You did that specifically to wake up, according to you, Brian Albert and Nicole Albert, correct?
Yes.
Where was Chloe?
I don't know.
So you'll agree that, at least from their perspective, you walked in the front door unexpectedly, correct?
Yes.
You walked upstairs unexpectedly, correct?
Yes.
Still dark outside, right?
Yes.
You walked through their door and you said you burst into the door into a dark room where they were sleeping, correct?
Yes.
Mr. Albert said that you were somewhat hysterical. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
You were loud, right?
I was trying to wake them up.
You were somewhat chaotic.
Yes.
And you don't remember a 70-pound German Shepherd having any reaction.
No.
Matter of fact, you don't remember the dog being there at all, correct?
Correct.
You never saw that dog, correct?
I have no memory of seeing that dog.
Okay, so as you sit here today,
Mhm.
you cannot say that the dog was here because you don't have a memory of ever seeing it.
I did not see it, no.
And remind me once again, when you were leaving that night, that early morning before,
Mhm.
who was the last person to leave? Was it Caitlin?
I believe she left after us.
We talked about this, and I want to get into a little bit more detail about it. You indicated that at some point you looked outside and you saw Karen Reed's SUV in front of the house. Safe to say, correct?
Correct.
About what time was that you first saw it?
I can just give you maybe approximates. I know I texted when I saw them, so whatever time that was.
All right, let's see if we can narrow that down just a little bit. You also indicated that you saw Ryan Nagel's vehicle outside.
Saw lights.
Okay. Lights belonging to the vehicle, right?
Yes, I knew there was another vehicle outside.
And where was that in relation to Miss Reed's vehicle?
It was behind it. I didn't pay much attention to it.
Okay, and where was the Jeep in relation to Ryan Nagel's vehicle and Karen Reed's SUV?
I remember seeing Karen Reed's SUV straight, and then I saw the lights of Ryan Nagel. I did not pay attention to where it was. I was just looking at Miss Reed's vehicle.
Was Ryan Nagel's vehicle and those lights that you remember,
Mhm.
were they in front of the Jeep or behind the Jeep?
I am not certain.
Haven't you testified previously that you remember the Jeep being between Ryan Nagel's vehicle and the SUV?
I am not certain where Brian Nagel's vehicle was.
So as you sit here now, you don't know if it was in front of the Jeep as you placed it by the mailbox.
It would
Let
be,
me finish my
Mhm.
question.
Mhm.
Behind the Jeep or somewhere in between?
it definitely was not in front of the Jeep.
Definitely was not in front of the Jeep.
No.
So it was definitely behind the Jeep.
Behind or to the side, I'm not sure.
Well, if it's parked on the street in front of the house, it's not gonna be beside the Jeep, right? That's gonna be in the middle of
It
the road.
would have been in the middle of the road, correct? So if it's pulled over, it's behind the Jeep.
Okay, so now we've narrowed that down. It's Karen Reed's SUV. As we're looking at the property, Karen Reed's SUV. To the right of that, as we're looking at from the street, at the property, to the right of that Jeep, behind that Ryan Nagel's vehicle, correct?
Correct.
You sure about that?
If my memory serves right, yes.
If your memory serves. Okay. So you were asked about the arrival of Mr. Nagel's car at the state grand jury. Do you recall that?
I believe so.
That was in April 26th, 2022.
Mhm.
Just
Okay.
remember. Okay. Does that sound about right? I
Yep.
don't expect you to
Yes.
surprise that date.
Yes.
You were asked, what time did you see Ryan Nagel's vehicle arrive at the location? And you indicated that it was 12:23. Remember that?
Do you have it?
I do. Yeah.
Yes.
Take a look at lines 21 and on the highlighted portion.
Okay.
May I interrupt?
Yes.
You were asked, do we know what time the brother came, meaning Ryan Nagel,
Okay.
correct?
Correct.
And the question from Mr. Lally was, that was from a grand juror, the question from Mr. Lally was, if you know, correct?
Correct.
And your answer was, I believe he was out front at 12:23. Is that right?
Correct.
And the reason you could be so precise with that time, Ms. McCabe, is because you had asked Julie Nagel to give you her text messages with Ryan for that night, and you'd refresh your recollection about the time, correct?
Correct.
And you've also testified that as soon as you saw Ms. Reed's SUV, you texted John. Is that right?
Correct.
Here, exclamation point, question mark. That was the first text, right?
Correct.
But your text to John was at 12:27. You recall that?
Yes.
That's 4 minutes after you know Ryan Nagel arrived at the scene, correct?
Correct.
Since Karen Reed arrived before Ryan Nagel, she and John had to have been there 4 to 5 minutes before you ever saw her SUV, correct?
Objection.
I'll let him have it.
Is that right?
Ryan Nagel texted his sister at 12:23 here. And then he texted again that he was going to leave. Then Julie Nagel went outside
Ms.
and
McCabe, that's not my question.
I'm explaining what happened in the 4 minutes.
You can explain at another question. My question is very specific. Given the fact that Karen Reed, by definition, arrived at the location before Ryan Nagel, and Ryan Nagel arrived at 12:23, That means, and you didn't notice the SUV until 12:27, that means her car was there for at least 4 minutes before you ever noticed it, correct?
Objection.
Is that correct? Can you answer that question?
Correct.
The snow condition. We've heard a lot about the snow condition. I'm not going to beat that dead horse. But it's safe to say that you would agree with me that it was a light dusting of snow, correct? I should be specific about the time. It was a light dusting of snow at or around 12 to 12:30, 12:45, something like that.
It was starting to accumulate.
And accumulate means stick to the ground, not just fall and melt, right?
Yes.
So it was starting to turn like a very thin blanket of white.
Yes.
You indicate that, or you indicated on Friday that you saw some sort of tire tracks. Is that right?
On Friday? I don't believe.
I thought in your testimony to Mr. Lally on Friday, you indicated that you saw some tire tracks. I could be wrong.
Yes, I don't remember that.
Okay, well, let me ask you, did you see any tire tracks?
At one point, yes.
Okay, when was that point?
I'm not sure.
Was it before Ms. Reed's vehicle got there? Was it after? Let's use that as a barometer first.
I believe it was after Miss Reed's vehicle was there because that's why I was drawn to look outside.
And what did those tire tracks look like? How would you describe them?
Almost like as a wave went like this. So
Like a half J?
to my recollection, it was almost like started if Miss Reed's vehicle's here, let's pretend, it was kind of like that.
Just
Like a bit of a wave. So if you started on coming towards her, it'd be more of a wave,
okay.
like this in the road.
What it sounds like is perhaps, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but perhaps what you're describing is tracks in the middle of the road. If someone is pulling off parallel, they would pull to the right and then stop. And those are the tracks that you saw. That's the wave that you saw.
It wasn't up to her car. It doesn't look like your description.
Okay, fair enough. I'm just trying here. So if it didn't go up to her car,
Mhm.
those tracks belong to somebody else.
Well, when I saw her car, it had already moved up.
Well, wait a minute. You already said that when you saw her car, it was directly in front of you.
And then it moved at one point.
Right, that's not what I'm asking about. Let's just take the point at which you first saw the car.
Mhm.
Is that yes?
Yes.
Okay. When you first saw the car,
Mhm.
that's when you saw the tire tracks. You just said that.
No, I did not say when I first saw the car, I saw the tire tracks.
I thought you just said a couple of questions ago that you saw the tire tracks because your attention was drawn to her car.
No, her attention was drawn
When you saw
outside.
her car.
He's mincing words.
I'm saying I
He's
saw
playing
the tire
games.
tracks. Because
Well, I mean,
was
let's be
looking out
fair
at her
here. If
car.
Lally
I
did
never
this,
said
I'd call him
when
out
I
on
saw
it
the
too.
tire
Like,
tracks
that's
or where her
not
car
what happened.
was
That's not what
when
she
I saw
said.
the tire tracks.
Well, I thought you just said, because I asked, when did you see the tire tracks? You said, I saw the tire tracks, but I looked and saw her car because my attention was drawn to her
No, it was
car.
after
I
her
saw the
car.
tire
She
tracks.
said
That would
because
be the
that's why her
first time you
attention
looked
would have
at
been
her
drawn
car,
to it.
correct?
That's not what she said.
It's not, doesn't have to be the first.
Does your gut
Oh,
feel like
sorry.
this? And get Floristore Advanced Gas and Bloat.
Not sure.
Okay, so it could have been the first time.
Could have been.
But they didn't lead to the back tires of her car, did they?
No.
It's playing games. That's bottom line.
Let me have just a moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
He can't even he's saying, "Oh, you just testified too," but that's not what she just testified to. Listen to what she's saying, dude. You can't say you just testified it was when the car first got there. That's not what he asked a question about tire
In
tracks.
addition
He said,
to
my attention was drawn
Mr.
outside because I had seen Miss Reed's
I'm
car.
sorry,
Not that
Trooper
I'd seen it
Proctor
right then and
interviewed
there.
On the 29th, you also gave extensive testimony on April 26th, 2022 in front of a state court grand jury, correct?
Correct.
And you were asked about the location of Miss Reed's vehicle. I'm still staying with that for just a quick second, if you don't mind. Is that right?
Correct.
Like she has a choice, if you don't mind.
You were asked where that SUV was in relation to Ryan Nagel's car. Is that right?
Would I be able to look at it to refresh my memory, please?
Well, let's start with this. Do you remember being asked about
He has a
Karen
letter.
Lee's
She asked
SUV
that.
and Ryan Nagel's truck?
That'd be my
To be
standard
honest,
answer.
I've had a
to
few
every
grand
question.
juries, so if you could show me what you're talking about, I would greatly appreciate it.
He has to show her if she asks. That's the bitch about it. Like, he's mad
So-
that she's not gonna lie.
Well, and yeah, I agree, Bree. That top is really ugly. But honestly,
it is.
that's smart of her to do, though. Every
Oh, yeah.
question, that should be her standard answer to make him show, because she caught him. She said Life 360 was accurate, and she's like, I don't see accurate on there.
Nope.
I'm gonna have just a moment, Your Honor.
That's the
Yes.
point. Is he's adding
Everybody knows
things.
Life 360 is not accurate.
Yeah. Well, you can't go. What? It doesn't take you 16 minutes to go 1 mile. So yeah, no.
Well, it's not just that.
Yeah,
It can show that you're somewhere where you're not.
Especially if the Wi-Fi's not on. So. Wait, that's
Speed
addressed.
things up, Your Honor. If I can have just a moment.
God.
Okay, take your time.
That's an awful dress pattern. If that's a dress, that's an awful pattern. It looks like a bad cross stitch. You know, like stamped cross stitch, but then you only do like parts and pieces of it. That's what it looks like.
Entire grand jury direct your attention to 182 to 187. May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That's the entirety of your state court grand jury.
Okay.
I'm going to direct your attention to pages 182 to 187. You can probably scan those pretty quickly and just let me know.
Oh,
how
she
you scan
looks
those.
smug
Okay.
today.
Those pages, I should say.
I know, right? Sorry, guys. I'm like scouring for my like good pen, and I can't find it.
Oh, I hate it when that happens, buddy.
I know, and I know I had it yesterday, so it's really irking me. Wow, it needs more polyester. Good for her for being thorough and reading through it and not rushing, because you may not remember everything you fucking said, but it will refresh your memory if you go back and look. They let cops do it all the time, so I love when
I
people are
did,
like,
yes.
"Oh, it's shady to let them do
As you
that."
glance at those
No, they let
pages,
cops do it all the time in cases.
Relatively simple one. I wonder if you have an opportunity. At no point, when you were describing the vehicles that were out front, in front of 34 Fairview on that night, at no point, under oath in front of that grand jury, did you ever mention a Jeep? Did you?
I was not asked about any other vehicles out front.
So when you were talking about the vehicles that you saw in front in some painstaking detail, talking about the as the black SUV and Ryan Nagel's truck, you just left out the Jeep because nobody asked you about it.
I didn't read anything in that about Ryan Nagel's vehicle.
Did you miss it?
I must have.
Okay.
Is it in there?
Yeah, it is.
Okay,
You
what,
in fact asked about Ryan Nagel's Jeep, weren't you?
if you want to show me?
Well, I don't want to sit here and, did you review your
I
transcript?
just read it all. I didn't see it.
Ms. McCabe, you
Objection.
can't interrupt when I'm talking.
Okay.
I will do the same for you. Okay? As you reviewed those pages, you were asked about the cars that you saw in front, did you not?
I was asked about Miss Reed's vehicle.
Okay. And at no point did you mention a Jeep being behind Ms. Reed's vehicle, as you testified today, correct?
The questions were all about Miss Reed's vehicle.
At no point, my question is this, it's yes or no? You did or you didn't? Did you mention ever in that grand jury that there was a Jeep behind Ms. Reed's
And
vehicle?
not letting
Yes or no?
him.
I'm not sure. I'd have to read it all.
As you sit here, do you recall mentioning the Jeep?
I was asked about Miss Reed's vehicle, and those are the questions I answered.
You need to keep your
Okay.
voice up, please.
Sorry.
Let's try this again.
I think her voice
As you
is
sit
pretty
here,
high. I don't know why
Do
she
you
would need to keep
recall
it any higher
mentioning
than
the
that.
Jeep, ma'am?
I would have to reread the transcript.
You don't have to reread the transcript to answer that question. Do you recall mentioning the Jeep? If you don't, you don't.
Badgering.
I may not have been asked about the Jeep, so I did not mention the Jeep.
Fair enough. Did you, Mr. Higgins, between then
She's
and
not
now,
letting him play
between
games.
the date of the incident and now, have you ever had a conversation with Mr. Higgins about where his Jeep was parked?
No,
Have you ever had a conversation with Mr. Higgins about anything having to do with this case?
I do not believe so.
Did anyone, leaving Mr. Higgins aside, did anyone tell you anything about Mr. Higgins's Jeep and what he testified to?
No,
Were you ever asked by anybody to mention a Jeep being behind Ms. Reed's SUV in this trial?
can you repeat the question, please?
Were you ever asked by anybody to make sure you mention a Jeep being parked behind Ms. Reed's SUV in this trial?
Not that I recall, no.
After you arrived and you noticed this SUV outside, you started paying somewhat close attention to it, did you not?
I went to the front door and looked out the window at the vehicle, yes.
As a matter of fact, you texted as soon as you saw the vehicle, that 12:27 here, correct?
Correct.
And then a few minutes later, at 12:31, you texted, "Pull behind me," to John. Is that right?
Correct.
And then at 12:40, you texted, "Hello," correct?
Correct.
And at 12:42, you texted, "Where are you?"
Correct.
And at 12:45, you texted,
I think
"Hello,"
he's trying to
correct?
imply the
Correct.
police or
So that's
another family member or something.
5 text messages.
That's what he's
And
implying.
each time you texted him, you were walking to the door and looking out at the vehicle as you're texting, correct?
I know for the first 2 I was.
Oh my God. Yes, Liza.
You testified at another hearing, another proceeding on June 8th, 2023, correct?
Correct.
In that other proceeding, did you testify that you got up and sat down and got up and sat down every time you were texting?
Possibly.
Okay, so if you got up and walked over to the door and you see the SUV and you text.
Got up, sat down.
Walk
She
away
didn't
from the door
say,
and
get
sit
up,
down
walk
for
to
a
the door
second.
and sat
That
down.
would be
Come on,
one
guy.
Text and one view of the SUV, correct?
Yes.
So if you did that at 12:27, 12:31, 12:40, 12:42, and 12:45, you'd agree that's 5 times that you were up and down looking at the SUV, correct?
I'm not sure if I did it 5 times.
How many times do you think you did do it?
I know I definitely did it the first when I said here. I know I definitely did it when I said pull behind me because that's when the vehicle had moved up a little bit.
And then did you see the vehicle move up again? A second time?
Yes, that's when I told him to pull behind me.
Okay, so that's the first time. So just so we're clear, when you first saw the SUV, it was stationary, correct?
When I first saw the vehicle, it was straight ahead out the front door, stationary.
And you texted here.
Correct.
Then you walked back over to the door, to the storm door, and you said, pull behind me, correct? At 12:31.
Correct.
All right. At that point, you saw that it had moved up a little bit. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. So if you saw it move up a second time, which you just said you did, then that would be a third time that you had to have seen it and texted, correct?
Why would that be third time?
Because it only moved once so far. You saw it move twice.
So the first time I saw it, it was here.
Stationary.
And I said here. And then the next time I texted, I said,
Pull behind me.
pull behind me. So that was one time, two times.
Yeah, where do you get
Keep
three?
going. You said you saw it pull up again, a second time. So you saw it move twice.
From one place to the flagpole to further up.
Right. So that's 3 times that you're up to the door.
Okay.
Is that yes?
I'm telling you, my memory is twice to the door.
Mr. McCabe, it's not a trick question. You just testified that you saw the car move twice. By definition, that has to be, you looked at it 3 times. Stationary, move once, move twice.
What?
Maybe I used the wrong wording.
Maybe.
What the? It's like, what is he talking about?
Let me have just a moment, Your Honor.
Sure.
Like, what? I don't understand. Just like Jen McCabe, I have no understanding of what the hell he's talking about, dude. If I look at it, and it's stationary, that's once, and it moves up, that's twice. Like, what the F are you talking about, bud?
I'm over here confused. I was trying to maybe draw a picture and it's not working. So I'm just going to shut up and keep listening.
I love you.
When you testified in front of this other proceeding, didn't you testify that you walked up and sat back down 5 different times, watching that car and texting every single time?
Would you be able to show me that?
It's going to take a minute.
Good job,
Oh,
Jen.
wow.
Make sure you ask him every time. Good
Yep.
job.
Because he literally like, you said this, and they're like, no,
Listen,
I don't think that's what I said. And then lo and behold, it's
I don't
not
want
what they
this man-
said, So
I don't want this man testifying for anybody. He puts words in mouth.
yep.
Oh,
Absolutely.
Ellen Pickles. I have a huge pen addiction. This is my newest one.
Y'all are gonna have to send me some goddamn pens.
This is my newest one, y'all. It's my favorite. It's a Sharpie pen.
I only got one right now, but this is my go-to pen. And if it breaks, I'm screwed.
I know, Bree. She's already caught him multiple times. I wouldn't want anything.
I agree, B. Tim. Also, because he puts so many words in people's mouths, I'm going to need to see it. Like, bottom line, you keep
Yep.
saying I said this, but that's not what I said at all. And it's not in the same context at all. So I'm going to need to see it. Like,
No, it's not a Parker's pen. It's a Sharpie pen. It's a Sharpie gel pen, Bree. It's similar to a Parker's. It looks a lot like a Parker's, but it's a Sharpie.
look how aggravated Karen's getting.
She looks like she's about to cry. You know what, Bree? I have my original Parker pen from when I was like 10 and got a nice stationery.
Yes.
I need to go find an ink cartridge for it.
Dude, I swear to God, every time I do a stream, they just feel the need to be
Take a
right
look
outside my slider
at those
doing stupid loud
4
shit.
pages.
Oh, I can't hear him.
For the record, that's
You can't hear that?
780, 780.
They're
No,
weed
ma'am.
hacking.
Bait stamp.
Ugh.
After you've had a chance to review that, just look up and let me know.
That's what mine is, ballpoint, but it's running out of ink.
I love ballpoint pens for that reason, Bree. I love it.
Mine's a zebra, called the zebra. Not gonna lie, I like crinkly pages too. I don't know why. It's weird. But it sounds so cool and it feels so cool. And because, you wrote it all. So it's like, look at all the notes,
These are my other favorite pens. These are ballpoint.
I love those ones.
The zebra pens. Oh my God, I love these pens. Oh, Bree, I was always your people. You just didn't
You were
realize
already my people, girl.
Yeah. You just didn't realize that we were all like kindred spirits together.
That's right. You guys are my soul animals.
The Sisterhood of the Traveling Pants.
Oh my God, I love that movie.
Me too. And I have a set of girlfriends that have a pair of jeans that fit all of us. And we've been passing them around for 20 years.
I wish, dude. I freaking wish.
Because we're all fat asses, but that's okay.
I got a big old ass and hips. But I've always had big hips and butt, even when I was like teeny tiny up top.
Listen,
I'm shaped
I got
oddly.
childbirthing hips, but I got a pancake ass. I got a flat, wide ass. 2X handles
I just
wide.
have no boobs. I got a big butt and just a handful of boobs.
Well, according to what my brother-in-law said the other night, more than a mouthful is a waste. So don't worry about it.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. I always wanted to get a boob job, since way, way back. And people are like, no, you're fine. And I'm like, nah, I just want to be able to fill out shirts that I can wear that don't look funny because I have no boobs and feel good about the size of them. Nothing crazy, just something normal.
Yes.
Good job, Jen. Good job.
You had an opportunity, Ms. McCabe, to review those few pages from your testimony in June of 2023.
Yes.
Did you you were asked about getting up and sitting down and looking at the SUV several different times and texting?
Yes.
In fact, you indicated that you got up and looked outside through that storm door several times, correct?
Yes.
And as a matter of fact, you looked every single time that you texted, you indicated that you looked out at the SUV and saw something that prompted you to text something, correct?
Correct.
And then after the last time, which would be 5 times, 5 texts, 5 looks, after the last time you texted, you got back up, which would be a 6th time, and the SUV was gone. Just chronologically.
Correct. My husband and I were both getting up and looking. So
I didn't ask you about your husband.
okay.
Just about you. The answer is correct.
Yes.
Okay.
That would have been an objection.
So
you can't
you're
tell her what
indicating
the
that
answer
you're trying
is.
to communicate with the occupant of the SUV that was sitting, what would you say, 30 feet outside the front door?
I'm not good with distance.
It's further than you and I are from each other, correct?
Correct.
At least double that, right?
Correct.
Okay, so could you give me, maybe yards are easier, like 10 yards, 15 yards?
Nope, I can't.
Again, I'm not good with measurements.
Nope.
Okay. Just right outside the front door, though. Within,
Straight outside, yes.
well, straight outside until it moved.
To the front door. Of the front door is where it was.
Okay, straight outside until it moved, according to you, correct?
Yes, and then it moved. Correct.
And then moved the second time, correct?
Correct. It moved to the flagpole and then it moved up again.
Okay. Then you indicated that you had an absolutely clear view of the SUV. You were asked those questions, correct?
If I had a clear view,
Clear view.
I could see the car out front. Yes.
You were asked, you were looking out the front door of the house. Your answer was, You were asked, and there's a window in that door, right? Answer, it was opened. Yeah. Question, so you had a clear view outside. Answer, a clear view outside. Yes. Remember that?
Yes.
Okay. And is that your memory? You had a clear view?
I had a clear view of Karen's vehicle outside. Correct.
And then you reiterated that with the following exchange.
He's getting
Question,
at why
was the
you
amount of
see
snow
one
coming
person
down
looking
sufficient?
for a body.
So let's hear the
Yeah,
question.
Karen's
Yeah.
Was the amount of snow coming down sufficient to obstruct your view of the vehicle, or did you have a clear view of it? Answer, I had a good view of it. Objection.
The objection is as to the form of the question and the reading.
Oh, that's okay. I'm going to allow the question.
Was that your testimony?
Yes.
Oh,
So not
going
only did you have
around
a
the
clear view,
question.
you indicated in your words you had a good view, right?
He's not supposed to
Correct.
read the questions and
Then
answers
you notice
because
that the SUV was
he adds
gone
shit to it.
after the 12:45 text, right?
Correct.
So you're looking at that SUV over the course of between the beginning text and the end text. It's about 19 minutes, right? 12:27 or so to 12:45, 18, 19 minutes, something like that, correct?
Correct.
You maybe add a minute because you got back up and didn't text, the SUV was gone, right?
Correct.
So you would agree, we just do some basic math. You're looking at that SUV on average about every 3.5 minutes.
That's a guess. She could have looked
I
at
guess
it once a minute and then waited 4 minutes. Like if that's
if you
not,
want to pull out the
no.
times, then you can look at them.
Well, we talked about the times and you
Mhm.
agreed that you were texting between 12:27 and 12:45,
Correct.
right?
Yes,
So
but
if you were just to divide that
you
by
can't guess.
5 times, getting up and looking,
That's not objection.
That's
I
not.
don't know, I'm doing the math in my head, maybe it's every 3 minutes or
It,
something.
it can't be,
Correct.
okay,
Um,
you could do that 17 different ways.
At no time did you hear any
I didn't loudly
noise
object.
or sound outside that was unusual? Caught your
No.
attention? You didn't hear any squealing of tires or squealing of brakes?
No.
You
didn't hear
didn't
any
hear that
screaming
was
or
snow,
yelling?
you moron.
No.
You didn't hear any loud voices or foul language or door slam?
No.
You didn't hear any verbal argument or the revving of an engine, anything like that?
No.
Matter of fact, you didn't hear any collision or crash, did you?
No.
Matter of fact, the entire time that you looked out at that vehicle with that clear and that good view, you didn't see anything out of the ordinary, did you?
No.
And you would agree with me, as you looked at the SUV, you're looking over the lawn to the SUV out at the street, correct?
Correct.
There was no obstruction between you and the SUV. You've already testified to that. Is that right?
Correct.
And you could see everything in your field of view.
Correct.
And then you saw the SUV gone. It had driven away after 12:45.
Correct.
So I have a question, Ms. McCabe.
Mhm.
Where was the body?
I have no idea.
Objection.
I'm assuming the
That's
body was on the
speculation.
front lawn.
The problem with that is you were looking.
No, she wasn't looking for a body
I was looking at the vehicle
out to
and
the
where
road,
it had moved.
not the
You
grass.
know what field of view is?
Good job, Jen. Good job.
Would you like to explain it?
What?
You had a clear and good view across that lawn to
So
the SUV.
she's not looking at the
When
lawn.
it was straight out, I did, yes.
You had a clear and good view of that SUV the
She
entire
easily
time.
could have looked over it.
Right.
Because she
I
was
could
focused
see
on
the
something
black
farther
SUV.
out.
She was looking at the car. She wasn't looking for a
I wasn't
body.
looking at the ground.
I didn't
That's
ask
right.
you about the ground yet. We'll get to the ground. Nothing was obstructing your vision, was it?
No.
So you had a clear and good, your words, not mine, a clear and good view of the SUV
Correct.
Yes.
and everything in front of it.
I never said everything in front of it. I saw the SUV. It's black. It has lights on. And as it moved, I could see it with its lights.
You had a clear view of everything between you and the SUV.
No.
All the things closer to you and the SUV.
I wouldn't say that.
So your view was
Wasn't
obstructed
looking at
on
dark
what was
grass,
between
my
you and the
dude.
SUV, but not obstructed on the SUV?
That's not what I was saying.
No, of course not. Because if you had a clear field of view to the SUV, you could see everything in front of it as well, meaning between you and the SUV.
Not
as
if you're
well.
not looking at
If I'm looking straight out at an SUV, I'm not looking down at the ground.
Let me ask you a question about that. You're focusing right now on my face
Yes.
as you're answering these questions.
Mhm.
You think you'd see, I
But
don't
she's
know,
not looking at
an
your shoes.
alligator sitting in front of me if it was there?
Objection, Your Honor.
Speculation.
You
Yes.
think you would see something? Can you clearly see that there's nothing between you and me except a podium?
Yes. Well, there's a table.
And you don't have to
And
look
she
down
just had to
to
look
see
down to
that,
see the
right?
table.
Correct.
You're looking directly in my face, but you can see things that are between you and me because you have a field of vision, right?
Objection.
dark,
I want
snowing,
to see counsel at sidebar for just
and
a
at
minute.
night.
Yay, sidebar.
Sidebar. Well, here's the thing. I just watched her eyes look down to see the table. So she couldn't be looking directly at him to see the table even. She literally, her eyes went down to look at that table. If you back it up, you will watch. So even staring right at him, she still had to look down to see the table in between them. Like, no, if you're looking out at an SUV, dark, snowing, and I'm watching the SUV move, I'm certainly not looking down at the lawn.
Okay, so I got a perfect
And the jurors are
example
going to
of
know.
this. I got a perfect
Good.
example for this. When you're out hunting and there's two people in a vehicle and you are glassing an area or you're looking over an area because you have seen an animal, sometimes two people can see two different animals, one farther out, one closer in, because you're looking at it from two different perspectives and both of you see deer, right?
Correct. Yep.
Same fucking thing. I was overlooking the one that my sister was seeing that was closer because I was looking farther out. This is easily explained just because if you are focused on a target that is farther out than what a body would be between you and said target, a lot of times you're going to go to the line of sight on the horizon.
This is a disaster. This is kind of disastrous for
Thank you,
defense.
Tim.
Yeah,
Thank
this
you.
is
Yes.
disastrous because this was supposed to be like a big gotcha moment, and it's not catching. She's throwing his momentum off.
Yep.
May I proceed? Yes.
Stephen Jackson needs water now.
As you looked over that flat lawn with that good and clear view of the SUV, you could see the SUV and everything between you and the SUV, correct?
When I looked
Thank
out the
you,
front
Liza.
window, I could see the SUV clearly. Like I'm looking at you right now, and it was further away than you are.
And you did it not once, not twice, not 3 times. You did it 5
Doesn't matter
times,
how many times.
and then a 6th after it was gone, correct?
Correct.
And after that SUV was gone, and you looked out that window with that clear and good view, there was no body, was there?
I never saw a body.
Thank you.
I wish I had.
Oh,
Sounds like that's a little rehearsed.
Not at all. It's
what?
not at all.
I'll let
Objection?
the answer stand.
Badgering. Relevance.
Well, first, that's her friend, dude.
You left the location about 1:45. Is that right?
Yes.
You didn't see anything out of the ordinary as you got in. Was it your car or Mr. McCabe's car?
It was my car.
When you got in that SUV of yours, you didn't see anything out of the ordinary outside, correct?
I wasn't looking outside.
Okay. I know that is the answer that you want to give to every question. My question is yes or no. Did you see anything out of the ordinary?
No.
Thank you.
Morning, Leo.
And
You didn't see anything out of the ordinary when you got in the vehicle?
No.
no.
You didn't see anything out of the ordinary when the vehicle backed up?
No.
When that vehicle turned to the, I guess it would be to the right, to leave toward Chapman, and the headlights illuminated the area in front of you? Didn't see anything out of the ordinary then?
I wasn't looking out the front window.
Again, there's that question. There's that answer. My question is, did you see anything out of the ordinary?
But that's the
Well,
answer.
you were asking about the headlights out the
You don't have
front.
to
That's
like it.
why
That's
I
the
said I
answer.
didn't see anything out there front.
Oh, you didn't see the headlights turned on?
I was turned to the back.
Right. Did you see that the headlights
Right.
came on in the car?
Yes, in the driveway, the headlights came on.
Right. And you're seated in the front passenger seat, correct?
Correct.
So according to you, you got in the car and immediately twisted yourself looking directly to the rear and never turned back around and never looked outside the windows.
Correct.
Is that normal for you?
Yeah, I'm a very chatty person, so I turned to talk to the girls.
So you made sure that you didn't look out the window.
Nope, that's not it at all.
You also didn't hear anybody, you did hear some of the girls in the back, since they were so chatty, talking about bread and sandwiches or something, right?
Correct.
But you never heard anybody say anything about noticing anything out of the ordinary, correct?
Correct.
You didn't hear Julie Nagel say that she saw a black object in the yard.
Never heard that.
But you were turned around looking right at it, according to you, correct?
Correct.
Indeed, engaging them in conversation, according to you,
Correct.
so that you can make sure that you weren't looking out the front or right windows.
Objection.
Objection.
Can you answer that? Is that why you did it?
No, that's not why I did it. I was talking to the two girls.
When you got home,
Why is
what
the
did you
judge
do?
even letting, like, I don't know why she's not the same.
I went up to bed.
What time do you think you got home?
Somewhere after approximately between 2 and 2:15.
Took you a few minutes to drop the girls off?
Correct.
When you got home, you got on
I
your
do it
phone,
all the time.
correct?
The kids
Yes.
and my teens. And probably to yell at them to tighten their seatbelts because they're.
Before you got on your phone, you went upstairs to your bedroom.
Yes.
Did you use any applications? Well, let me ask it this way first. Did you make any phone calls, just using your phone, any phone calls after you got home, either downstairs or upstairs?
I do not believe so.
Did you use any applications to communicate with anybody through Wi-Fi? Do you know what I mean by that? Like FaceTime audio or WhatsApp phone calls, things like that?
Text message?
No, actually, and you may not use these, but I'm asking, did you use any kind of third-party app that uses Wi-Fi, VoIP calls, other than just a phone call?
No.
Okay. Sounds like you don't even know what that is.
I don't even know what you're talking about.
Fair enough. So it's safe to say that you didn't use or you don't use any multimedia to communicate. You don't use FaceTime or Snapchat or Signal or anything like that.
I've used FaceTime with my children, yes.
Not for phone calls.
No.
Like FaceTime audio is a way that you can make a call. No,
I've FaceTimed with my kids at school, but
that's videos. Right?
oh, okay. So yeah, I guess not.
You didn't do that night either.
Not that I recall.
Did you? Now I'm going to get back to your question. Did you text anybody?
I did, yes.
Who did you text?
I texted my sisters and I texted my husband and a friend in a group chat.
You texted your husband and a friend in a group chat?
Mm-hmm.
Yes?
Yes.
Your husband was home?
Yes.
I want to switch gears for a second.
Yeah, and I could be sitting right next to Lindsay and in a group chat texting because there's other people in the damn group chat, dummy.
And ask you real quick about later that morning when you went to John O'Keefe's house. You mentioned on Friday that you went into his house and began to look around for him when you first got there with Carrie Roberts and my client, Karen Reed, correct?
Yes.
You indicated that you looked in his bedroom and saw that the bed was made, correct?
Yes.
You indicated that you looked around other parts of the house looking for him, searching for him. Is that right?
Yes.
You obviously saw the blankets and pillows on the couch downstairs in the living room, correct?
I peeked over at the couch.
And you're aware that Karen Reed stayed on the couch that night to wait for John to come home?
I'm not aware of that, no.
You testified
Wait, what?
on Friday that my client said at the scene, when you got back to the scene,
I don't know.
34 Fairview,
Next
just after
sidebar.
6 a.m., that she said, I hit him 3 times. She declared it, correct?
Correct.
Not once, not twice, 3 times. I hit him, I hit him, I hit him, correct?
Correct.
Repeating that's
You
probably
have a
not
very
necessary there,
specific
dumbass.
memory of that event, do you not?
I do.
Obviously, that's an incredibly impactful thing for you to remember. Is that right?
Yeah.
It was an impactful statement, yes.
And you remember it today as well as you remembered it the day she did it.
Yes.
How's that helping you, Jackson, is what I want to know.
Great question. Well, he tells him what he told him,
Just a
and then he
moment.
tells him again.
I don't know what Jackson's plan is. I don't think he did a good job in this cross. I think
Nope.
it was a disaster.
Yeah. Agreed. That's on another too, is though, like, he likes to try to tell these
Ma'am?
witnesses
Yes.
what they did or said. You can't tell them what they did or said. Only they can tell you, and I don't know why Lally's not objecting more.
I'm gonna hand you a document. Did you, before I ask you about that specific document, did you review anything before you testified in preparation for your testimony today or Friday?
Yes,
Did you review your grand jury testimony?
I did. Yes.
Understood. You did review your grand jury testimony, correct?
Yes.
So the document in front of you, you recognize it?
Yes.
That is in fact a true and correct copy of your grand jury testimony on, that you gave on April 26th, 2022, is that right?
Correct.
I would have told her I need to review all this because I don't know if it's a true and accurate copy. I have to review everything.
You'll agree
Yep.
that
How do
your
I know?
testimony in that case, in that hearing, rather, April of 2022, that was just a few months after the events in question, right?
Yes.
This is the whole
You're under
memory
oath at the time
thing he's
that
going
you
to
gave
do.
that testimony,
Yes.
and you were subject to the penalty of perjury
Here we go.
when you were answering those questions, correct?
Yes.
Yes.
Ms. McCabe, I'd like you to turn to the page, since you've reviewed this, turn to the page of that document where you ever said in your testimony, that my client said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him.
Oh, here
Was
we go.
I asked what she said?
I get to ask the questions.
Well, I'd like you to direct me where to look.
I want you to look at the entire grand jury testimony if you need to, and turn to the page where you ever said that my client
Because she
said,
wasn't asked.
I hit
That's
him.
simple.
I hit him, I hit him.
I'm not sure if it's in this document, but I can tell you today with 100% clarity, she said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him on that morning.
So it's not in that.
Should have objected to that
I'm not sure
immediately.
if I could take the time, and do you want me to read over 200 pages?
May I approach?
Yes.
Yeah.
No, I don't want to take your time. Because you just indicated that you reviewed this document in anticipation of your
Yeah, but you're not going to remember
right?
200 pages.
Correct.
But I'm not going to go by your word, dude.
A few weeks back.
So we don't need to read it. You know that you never testified to that.
We don't
in the
need to
grand
read
jury
it?
In
What?
April of 2022, don't you?
I don't know that as a fact. I would have to reread 222 pages or however long it is.
You think you might have missed it when you reviewed your testimony? In anticipation
Review the
for, I'm
index
sorry, when
page
you
in the
reviewed
back,
your transcript
Jackson.
in anticipation for your
Dumbass.
testimony?
Badgering, Your Honor.
I read it a few weeks ago,
It's probably the most powerful part of your testimony, ma'am.
and I will never forget it.
Objection.
Okay, so that's stricken.
Would you agree? Do you think that's a powerful part of your testimony?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
It is, yes.
Did you see it in the transcript?
I cannot recall. It's over 200 pages.
Atta girl.
May I approach, John?
Yes.
These are select pages. 190, 192, 193, 201, 2.
It's like we're watching a tennis match.
I'm just gonna show
Yeah, there's an index page in all transcripts usually that tells you exact words are said in each page and line number. It's usually called indexing.
These are select
That's what I was
pages.
going to ask.
Yeah, it makes it easier to find sections in the transcript.
Isn't it true, Ms. McCabe, that you were asked when you testified?
Why are you
no
asking a question when
fewer
she's not done
than
looking at it?
12 times what my client said.
He
either
didn't
at
give her the
scene
lookup
or away from the
instructions.
scene.
She's supposed to have time to look through it, and he's not trying to give it to her. So I don't know why Lally isn't objecting.
Yeah, but then he's going to ask, she's going to say, repeat the question again. That's what she's going to
Yep.
do. She's taking her time, what you're supposed to do.
As she should.
At the scene, I was asked twice, according to this.
My question is, isn't it true that in April of 2022, you testified no fewer than 12 times, 12 separate statements you gave about what my client's statements were, either at the scene or in the car ride on the leading up to go into the scene? You remember that?
I do.
Okay, so on page 190 of what you're looking at, it should all be highlighted.
It is.
You testified that my client said to you over the phone at 4:53 a.m., she asked the question, did I hit him? You see that?
I do.
Number two, on page 192, talking about when y'all were in the car on the way to the scene, Karen asked the question, could I have hit him? You see that?
Yes.
Page
Doesn't
193.
change that
Lines
she
1 through
figured
2.
out she hit him.
You testified that in the car, once again, she asked the question, could she have hit him? You were relaying that, meaning could I have hit him? Correct?
Correct.
Page 193, line 23. In John's driveway, she asked the question, quote, and she's asking if she could have hit him.
Yes.
Page 201, driving to Fairview.
Grand-
She asked the question,
No, you're not.
what if I hit him? And could I have hit him?
That's a lot.
Page 202.
Obviously, she's asking
Oh.
that because her memory's starting
While
to come
driving to
back and she's
Fairview,
remembering she did.
she
No, I
asked
meant
the
that
question,
there's a lot of could I have hit
could I
him?
have hit him?
Yep. Could
Correct.
I? It's because she's starting
Page
to remember
208,
that
lines
she
24 through 25, outside at Fairview, she asked the question, did I hit him? And went on to ask, could I have hit him? Correct?
Correct.
And your testimony was also on page 208 that Karen was
Yep.
yelling nonstop in front of the female EMT, did I hit him? Could I have hit him? Is he dead? Correct?
Correct.
May I approach?
Yes.
That's 12 times.
snatched it out of her
that you
hand.
reiterated under oath, under penalty of perjury, in April of 2022, what my client's
No.
statements were, either at the scene or leading up to getting to the scene, correct?
Correct.
Every single one of those, 12 separate times, you indicated that she asked a question, something
Those
like,
were the questions
could I have
that
hit
she
him
was asked.
or did I hit him, correct?
Correct.
Not one time in that testimony did you say she declared, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. Did you?
The questions that were asked, when she said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him, that was at the scene in response to an officer asking questions. What I just read
Oh,
was
Jackson,
asked
you
when
fucking
she
idiot.
first called me, or when we were driving in the car, or when we were at John's house. So I was answering the
go.
question that I
Oh
was
no,
asked.
Jackson, you fucked up.
So you believe that you weren't asked the question, did she say to an officer, I hit him,
You
I hit
fucked
him?
No,
up,
she
Jackson.
doesn't get
And
to
if you're
ask the
not
questions,
asked the question,
dumbass.
Did she say to an officer, I
You
hit him,
fucked
I
up.
hit him?
You should have
You're
stopped her
not
from
volunteer
saying yes or,
that
she
she
should
said,
have said
I
yes
hit
or
him, I
no.
hit him, I hit him. That's your testimony.
No, that's not. My testimony is an officer was asking her what his name was and different things about him. And at that point, she was saying, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him.
Which officer?
I do not recall.
Well, you called me, I hit him. You just told me that was the most impactful thing in the morning.
It was shocking.
So
It
what officer
doesn't
did she
mean
say
that you
this
know
to?
which cop was there.
I was more focused on her and her hysteria than which officer was asking the question.
So you have no idea who the officer was even, correct?
I'm not sure which officer was asking her. It could have been an EMT. Someone said, what is his name? Does he have medical conditions? How old is he?
But you were asked that question, ma'am. On page 208, you were asked what she said in front of the female EMT who was asking her questions. And her answer was, I'm sorry, your answer was, she said, did I hit him? Could I have hit him? Is he
A
dead?
different time.
Is that right?
That is correct.
That
But-
would have been a good time to offer
That was
up
the
that she
EMT.
confessed, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him, right?
You're not
Objection.
letting her offer up anything, so
Sustained
why would
to
anyone
that
else?
point.
Ms.
You fucked
McCabe,
up.
the truth of the matter
Jackson
is
fucked
you've
up.
manufactured this new story for this jury
Objection.
because you think
Sustained.
it helps you out.
What?
Absolutely not.
You called 911 at 6:04 a.m. Is that right?
Yes.
It's bad, Jackson. This is bad.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, Exhibit 36 has already been marked.
So
as
bad for him right
I
now.
would ask to play a portion of that 911 tape, not the entirety of it.
Okay.
Why not the entirety, Jackson? Because Lally's gonna play the rest of it if he's smart.
With the court's permission, I'd ask to play about runtime 1:30 to 1:45. If you can wait 2 seconds. Yes. Do you recognize the voice on that tape?
Yes, that's mine.
Appear to be a true and accurate, at least that portion, a true and accurate reporting of the 911 call that you made that morning?
It was a very brief clip. I'd have to hear more.
Let's go ahead and play, starting at runtime 1:30 to about runtime 1:45.
46 years old. 46, how long has he been outside? I don't know. I don't know. He's been out of the car and
Was that you? Was
Yes, it was.
that the 911 call?
Yes, it was.
And what did you just say?
I said, I don't know. He got out of the car.
He got out.
Feel as if you're free from allergies and gravity.
Damn it.
Live
Are
Clarence.
you free from allergies?
This was before you ever talked to Brian Albert?
Correct.
Before you ever talked to his sister?
Oh,
Albert?
Tim,
Correct.
hilarious.
Before you ever talked to Chris Albert?
Correct.
Before you ever talked to Julie Albert?
Correct.
You haven't talked to anybody at this point other than Kerry Roberts, correct?
And Karen Reed.
And my client.
Correct.
And in that 911 call, you said he got out of the car, didn't you?
I did because Karen Reed had told me that she had left him there.
Your words were, he got out of the car.
Oh,
Correct?
Jackson, you fucked up.
Correct.
Again.
Did you make any other calls other than to
Fucked up.
911?
I called my sister.
What time was that?
I believe it was after the 911, but I'm not sure.
You claim that your sister didn't answer. Is that right?
She did not answer.
But you do know that your phone extraction shows that that was an answered call at 6:07.
If that's what it shows, but I can tell you she did not answer the phone.
And you are as sure about that as you are, my client said, I hit him 3 times, right?
I certainly am, yes.
Perfect. You also called her at 6:08.
I might have called her twice, yes.
Your Honor, I have an exhibit. This may be as good a time as any to take a break. If you wish, I just have to cue it up. It's up to you. I don't mind.
Folks, we'll take the morning.
Interesting.
This is disastrous. Jackson should have stopped her multiple times and said yes or no, but she let her not only clarify the situation of his big 12 times of not mention it, she clarified that
Look at
it
Karen.
was said for the EMT. This is
Oh God,
disastrous.
she's got the eyes of the devil. She's pissed.
Yeah. I mean, the key points, I'm listening to Grant. I mean, the alligator stuff. Let me see what Grant says, because sometimes Grant picks up some things. I'm a little bit better. Another major tactical error. The attorney for accused murder, Karen Reed. Alan Jackson asked the question on cross that allowed a witness to confirm Karen stated
So,
in
Mr.
a
Jackson, it's an
declaratory
exhibit.
remark.
Is it in evidence?
It's
Okay.
not in evidence.
Asked to market. It's a digital recording of a 4-minute voicemail on John O'Keefe's phone. It does include the 911 call. I don't want to play the entirety of
It's
the
not in
911
evidence.
call, but I do want to play
Jackson, what are you doing?
the 4-minute voicemail.
Okay, do you know what it is, Mr. Lally?
I do.
Okay, so is there an agreement that it's coming in?
There's no objection to it.
Okay, All right, I just needed to know if it would make sense for me to review it if there was an objection.
All rise for the court, please.
I mean, it doesn't say anything. It's
I
just
mean-
the recording on John's voicemail of like the
Hey there,
911
Karen Reed
hold on,
trial
let me-
watchers. This is a
Oh,
law and crime
mute the
legal
guy.
alert.
Yeah, I'm muting him.
Fuck that guy. But anyway,
Oh my goodness.
but like this is the things I'm taking away. Okay, so
Okay.
I'm looking at. Let me just go back to Grant's post because Grant had some good key points that he was making. So Grant basically says, because of course I lost that part where I'm like reading it. Fantastic. I love it, Grant. I love
Tim,
it.
it's okay. Take your time. We got.
AG is intentionally. Okay, so all right, let's go to. Let me go to Grant. So basically, another major tactical error. The attorney for accused Karen Reed, Alan Jackson, asked the question on cross that allowed a witness to confirm Karen stated in a declaratory remark to 3 occasions that Karen hit John O'Keefe. That's what I meant. He should have just said yes or no, but he let her finish. And that was, to me, a terrible idea because then she clarified that those 12 times she asked was in the car and not in front of the EMT. The next thing was, and this is another one, Alan Jackson has asked the witness who confirming that she saw accused murderer Karen Reed car outside the home on Fairview Avenue right between 12:27 and 12:31 as John O'Keefe was hit by Karen Reed's car about the alligator. And doesn't that destroy her fucking whole argument that she was home at like 12:45 or something, Karen Reed? Destroys it completely because now it's been confirmed. Another thing is I picked up another major cocktail error. The attorney for the accused murder, Karen Reed, Alan Jackson, asked questions on cross that allowed the witness to confirm Karen stated to. Okay, that was already asked. Yeah, I mean the alligator thing was stupid, absolutely fucking dumb.
Okay, hey, Jackie White. Listen, I personally, I'm voice for the voiceless. I personally didn't think Karen Reed was guilty until this trial started.
It's convinced you the opposite.
And it has totally convinced me of the opposite, seeing everything. I came in on this believing that this was just an accident. And like it was like a Lemony Snicket situation. Some alcohol, some bad weather, poor judgment, all of the above. And unfortunately, for Ms. Reed, her defense team is not doing a good job because I cringe even more and go.
I think the defense team, I think the defense team is more focused on the opinions of social media and the echo chambers than actually what's going on in this courtroom. I mean, so far the guy is like this cross-examination was supposed to be this big fucking affair that he was going to go at her and get her. And she just was completely prepared for this man. She even said, okay, show me the documents. And doing that, you might say, well, this is not a good thing. Any attorney that tells you that's not a good idea is an idiot. If you have a law tuber that comes up there and says, do not, I've been through almost 2,000 depositions and you always make sure, like if they're going to make you like quote you always make them fucking like show you the section and the parts because two things happen.
They'll misquote you. They'll take it out of context. That's what lawyers do. It's their job.
And it throws them off their momentum in questioning because they get into this momentum of questioning and they forget their last question. It fucks them up a little bit. And then you keep on doing that. And also the jury kind of like it loses the pull on them. It's very, very simple. And always, if you're not sure of the question, ask them to repeat. These are very good tactics to do when you're a witness. And that whole 200-page thing, brilliant. That's exactly what you want to do. You can't just sit there and be like, yeah, I reviewed it and I know all 220 pages. Any lawyer, if you sat through a civil case and a lawyer did that to you and handed you those pages, your lawyer would immediately object because they'd be like, listen, I don't know if you added or subtracted a page from this. I don't know if this is an actual accurate document. I would have to review it and she would have to review it. So we can't agree that this is the complete accurate document. And every lawyer knows to do that. And this is a very good tactic to be like, yeah, I would have probably told her, don't confirm that is the accurate document. Piss him off more and be like, I need to confirm. You want me to review all 220
Well, how do you
pages
know?
here?
That's the question. How the hell do you know?
So this testimony specifically, I know, okay. So I know hitting a dog is not the same as hitting a human, right? But I have backed up on the farm and I've hit a dog before. And when I got out of the car, when I got out of the truck with the trailer and I realized what I did, I said, oh my God, did I hit him? 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 Because immediately, you know, other people, when I was backing up, were like, whoa. So
Yeah.
I was even willing to give Karen the benefit of the doubt on this stuff until I
Yeah.
heard this other testimony just
Well,
now.
So
Right?
here's my problem, okay? And I was very much team Karen Reed. And then when I got pneumonia in November, end of November, I got a giant dump of evidence. And a lot of things that still aren't even public right now that will be during the trial. Things like the niece. While Karen was calling Jen from the niece's phone, she was standing in the niece's room. And Karen told Jen on the phone with the niece right there that she had a cracked taillight. That's before she left the house and back into
and
the
I didn't
car.
know that
Now,
until Matt McCabe testified to that. And I'm thinking to myself, is that the reason why they're not challenging that narrative? Because the niece and nephew's going to testify to the exact same thing, and that's why they don't want to focus on it. So they're focusing on like and to me that's crazy, because if that's the case,
you're going to tell me that a 14-year-old and a 10-year-old are in on the fucking conspiracy? Like, I'm sorry. Okay.
Yeah.
At this
Half
point,
the town is. If you listen to
there's
what they're
too
saying
many
in their
people.
defense,
Go
half
back
the
to the
town-
Nightline interview with Karen, where she says, I cracked my taillight, but I didn't get out to look at the damage. How do you know your taillight is cracked unless you know you hit something if you didn't look at the damage? So how do you know it's cracked? How? So a lot of these things came to me in a way that I could confirm. And there's more. It's not just that. There was all these other things that I was like, wait a second. So this was a lie. This was a lie. This was not true. The original pictures, there was filters put on John's pictures to make the original pictures will come in at some time, and they're scrapes. They're not even deep. They're literal scrapes, like road rash, like scrapes. Like, so, I mean, some of this shit, and the fact that there's 100 pages of the autopsy report, you guys have like, wait until you hear most of what's in the rest of the autopsy report. Like, so it's like all these things came to me all at once, sort of, not like all in one day, but like all at once between
the
like,
scenes you got
the end of November and like the beginning-ish of January. And
so you have behind the scenes information that nobody
yes, I have a lot
has.
of behind the scenes information.
So in the end, I mean, you have more information than even the jury does.
Correct.
Right. I don't have that, honey. I went off of the very first interview that was given where her attorney said, you know, look, this is just a really unfortunate accident.
Well, I mean,
and I kept that in mind this whole time. How many times, B-Tim, have I referenced that?
Yeah, I mean, that's a big problem. And that was Yannetti, the brilliant Spaghetti Yannetti, who basically... Spaghetti Yannetti, and what is it? Distraction Jackson. That's our defense team. Distraction Jackson, Spaghetti Yannetti. You know what I mean? Like, Jackson wants you to pay attention to like these little small details, but not the fact that his client literally said, I cracked my taillight before pulling out of her house. I mean, or the fact that this, I mean, it's just crazy. I was a little confused, but what's happening is this is a tactic. A lot of people are confused because I think a lot of people don't realize this. A lot of law tubers haven't paid attention to this case.
The law tubers know better. They're just grifting. Come on.
But let me just I'm going to explain that be true too. But the fact is that the Commonwealth is focused on debunking the conspiracy before the defense gets the momentum, because when the defense starts presenting their case, it's already been fucking debunked. Every witness has debunked it, and this has been tactical, and now it's going to accelerate to the experts and everything, because usually in a prosecution case you focus on proving that person guilt, but now the Commonwealth has to focus on a defensive and offensive tactic. And this is just a very, very clear thing that I think it's just a disastrous situation. Unless Jackson does something magical in the next, I mean, we got another probably 2 hours worth of questioning, my guess, for how Jackson's going.
Oh, absolutely. 100%.
Yeah. And
oh my God, it's only 9 o'clock here, you guys. It's just so early in the day.
Yeah, it's 11. Yeah, it's only 11 here.
I mean, yeah, but this guy, I think he screwed up completely. I think he really didn't get that. He thought he
He
could
did.
push her around and do his usual
Yep.
tactics, but it did not work. It did not work,
No.
and it's falling flat, in my opinion. And
It was not effective at all.
and any law tubers telling you otherwise, you might want to look at their license. You might want to see if they're
Listen.
actual attorneys.
Okay. I may not have finished school. Okay. I may not have been able to go and take the bar, but I have been studying law since I was 11. I've been a witness in 2 cases, not willingly, but a witness in 2 cases. And the first one, I was like a kid. I think it was 11 or 12. And I knew from that moment on, that moment that the attorney was cross-examining me and was trying to ask the question like 6 different ways and was getting the same answer and was getting frustrated as an 11, 12-year-old kid, that like, if I knew I loved the law at that point. Like, I knew that this is what I like wanted to do. Obviously in life, some things happen. My daughter has a rare disease. I didn't, get to do the things that I wanted to do, but I still to this day read every new Supreme Court decision and every new Massachusetts state law. You know what I'm saying? Like, all of this, I know a lot about law. And when I sit here and I listen to some of these law tubers, I'm like, bro, you know that that's not true. You know that's not factual. You wouldn't have made it through law school.
I mean, I think there's I was watching Roberta. I'm trying to remember Roberta True Crime, something like that, and she talks about like innocent fraud. Roberta Glass, yeah. And she talks about like the innocent. Yeah, I mean, they talks about the Innocence Fraud Project. You know, it makes you think like how many other cases in which the media gets their hands on it makes a clearly guilty person like Avery, like that whole situation here. I was like, I was sure that the guy was like framed the first time, and then when I listened to her, I was like, oh shit, wow, I got tricked by the media. I was tricked by
Netflix tricked a lot of people, though. They kept a lot of things out of that documentary.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, and of course, because it's not
salacious.
Yeah, and I think there's a lot of situations. So like that's why you see it's so much more popular to jump on like it's a conspiracy, it's all this stuff, because it's been successful in the past and it's been done many times. The only difference is here is that it's more of it's visible. And
oh my god, you know what this goes back to, Tim? If it doesn't fit, you must acquit.
Yeah, that's exactly what he's trying to do. He's hoping that there's enough anger. But the problem is, I think the major blunder of Jackson and Yannetti was, first off, going online and going to all these interviews was stupid. I think that's malpractice.
So stupid.
I personally think Karen Reed has a malpractice lawsuit against her.
Ineffective counsel.
Yeah. Because you never want to make multiple different statements, because I know that the Nightline interview might not come in because they don't have the full unedited version, but the Boston interview will come in because they got the full
Boston magazine. They have all of Gretchen's stuff.
So it's going to show a different story, a different timeline of events, and I don't think
Gretchen Voss is not she's a good reporter. She's a good writer. Like, she's not some sketchy, shady person. And so of course, Turtle Boy has attacked poor Gretchen for no reason whatsoever, and Gretchen knows that plenty of us have her back. It's ridiculous. It's utterly stupid. Gretchen did nothing wrong. All she did was literally write down the statements. That's it.
That's the Boston Globe reporter, right?
Yes. And from Karen Reed's father's not testifying, and the main reason why he's not testifying is because he would be a terrible witness for his daughter. And secondly, he might be charged, he might be charged with crimes after this. He might be he might be charged with other crimes. Because
possibility
with the witness intimidation,
accessory after the fact.
Yeah, all that stuff might be onto him. So he's keeping his mouth fucking shut and he's not jumping up, which to me is kind of crazy if you think about it, because he is literally the person that talked to Karen Reed on the phone, saw Karen Reed after the hospital, and yet her own father is not going to testify for her and help her out. To me, it says a lot. If I was a jury and I said
that on cross, he would get destroyed.
Yeah. And Karen Reed's not going to testify. So you have 30 fucking people that are going to testify against your client, and your own client's not going to testify for her own sake, to give the right story, to give the right thing. And to me, I think,
why wouldn't you want your client to testify? If she can't get destroyed on cross-examination, then you would want her to testify.
Yeah. And I think this was a disastrous cross by Jackson. I think Jackson kind of bought his own press, and he didn't realize that he's, These same tactics of, oh, they were loving couple. I'm sitting here like, bro, you're asked the same question like 30 times to other witnesses. And
You can
listen,
keep painting they were a loving couple, but loving couples do go home and fight or get in the car and fight. And everybody sitting on that jury knows that to be true. So I don't think that's effective in any way.
yeah.
Hey,
And
what
like,
is-
Also, Karen,
You
that's the
guys-
thing. Karen did go back. Karen went back to 34 Fairview before going to get Jen and going there a second time. Why do you guys think that she saw John
Well,
so
you
clearly
forgot one.
through a blizzard?
Well, you forgot one important thing. She shut off her GPS while doing
Correct.
that.
Okay, so that stuff you guys about her sleeping on the couch. Where was
She
that?
also deleted all the ring cam footage between 1 a.m. and 5 a.m. And I love when
17
people are like,
minutes.
oh, well, it was deleted from John's phone. No, it was deleted between 1 a.m. and 5 a.m. John's phone never left the spot he was in until the cops got it after 6 a.m.
Yeah.
And
I
the
mean,
women showed activity on it.
yeah. And like, what were we going to say, voices? I'm sorry.
Well, what was that stuff about her sleeping on somebody's couch?
She slept on
from-
John's couch.
Yeah, John's couch.
The bed was made. She never slept in the bed. She slept
That's
on the
because that-
couch.
Oh God, this makes it even worse. You guys,
And
how
I'm
can I
not sure
not
she
pick the
even
wrong
slept, to
word?
be honest, because at 4:50 something, she wakes Kaylee up in a panic.
Mm-hmm. I think she was up all night. I think she was
Yep.
drunk
That's
and she was
exactly
up.
what
Yep.
that looks like.
And I think like most likely she didn't get any sleep because she realized she was probably thinking like, did I hit him? Could I have hit him? And that was the question that was going through her head.
She did not
Probably
recall
was afraid she'd get a
even being
DUI.
at 34 Fairview. She didn't recall ever being at the Alberts home. She remembered last the waterfall. That's how drunk she was. She never recalled being, and she said this in front of Kaylee, the niece, which she will testify to. The problem is we're not going to see that because there is a order on the kids so that you're not going to hear or see their testimony.
Will they have a transcript available?
I'm not sure. That's a good damn question, and I would hope so.
I mean, I feel bad for this court reporter. That court reporter is like, but the bad thing about that type of court reporting, to be honest with you, is you're like usually like the ones that type, you can actually ask them, can you go to the read back the question, so and so said that, and this one can't do that because it's auto. They're repeating everything. She's repeating everything. And it's audio, and to go back to that is probably fucking annoying. She's probably got a real-time recorder.
A lot of times nowadays with technology, they just record the entire proceedings and then transcribe it later. Like,
no, what usually happens is you have a court reporter, and the court reporter writes everything down, and then you have.
Well, not always, Tim, because
Not
like
always,
where I
but-
live and it's teeny tiny, they just record.
Yeah, that's
everything,
different. Yeah,
and
that's
it gets
different.
Transcribed. It gets transcribed at the end of every night because it's 3 days
Yes.
after the court that you have access to the transcript.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's
It's where I
usually
live.
that's usually.
Those also in
what-
smaller cases, bigger
Yeah, that's
cases, they
small.
tend to do the. Yeah.
You're talking about like, but like, plus you'd have like a real-time reporter for like, then you have like
Right.
that.
For bigger trials, you're exactly right. You're
Yeah.
absolutely right.
For
But
this
I
one,
don't know. I would not be able to keep my mouth on that thing all day the way that lady does. So good for her.
Oh my God, I would be broken out.
her
with
voice would be dead. Your voice
Right?
would be dead after the first thing. But that's why it's like that lady was asking, you can't speak at the same time because she's having a hard time with Jackson.
Right.
I think she knew she hit something likely and called her father to start the fix. I don't know. We're going to see her phone records because they pulled her phone records. So we're going to see her phone records soon.
You're going to see her phone records and John's records.
Yeah. I honestly think like this Jackson has failed himself completely and utterly in this cross. And I think the judge is now super pissed off at him because he just submitted this new evidence without telling her ahead of time. Because like I've heard from an interview with Yellow Cottage Tales with that attorney, I'm trying to remember the attorney's name.
Kevin
But he
Mahoney,
said-
I know him. Yeah.
Kevin Mahoney. And he's basically stated like this judge is a stickler for like exhibits and being in order, and she's probably fucking pulling her hair at this point because we're wasting like almost 20 minutes.
Kevin Mahoney is a very well-respected attorney in this area.
Yeah, and his article was great, fantastic article he wrote.
It was. Good job,
You know,
Kevin.
and I just think like honestly, I feel like these attorneys are focused so much on social media and the echo chamber. And unfortunately, I don't think these attorneys realize these are echo chambers of people that are not going to be most likely on your jury. These are people. I mean, like, let me ask you a question. They brought up the Asian, of course, that idiot.
Oh, that was such a low. I'm sorry, but that like what?
Yeah. But like, I'm thinking to myself, like, how many, like, what is Turtle Boy's demographics of people who watch him?
People who are usually home all day.
Yeah, and
People
Caucasians.
stay-at-home moms like myself, or people who like are on Social Security and are disabled so they can be
Yeah,
home.
and I'm trying to say, like, that person didn't hear one word and is not thinking one way at all. Those people are at like Turtle Boy. Absolutely not at all. They're not the demographic. And the problem is that you're trying to convince the defense is trying to do something which is crazy to me, because I would probably, if I was the attorney, and I'm not an attorney, I'm just saying this, but I was thinking, like, you bring up faulty evidence collection and the possibility that they got the wrong person. And you bring up, like, this idiot here did this and this idiot here did that. And you can't convict my client based upon shoddy evidence and stuff like that. But the fact
Problem
is
being, the only blood was John's. So if it was someone else's, I could see that argument, but there's no one else's blood there but John's.
Yeah, but you can get around that argument. You could probably state that, like, those cups were open near the bumper and it caused the blood to jump up. But like, the fact is that he has to now he's doing a double job. He has to, like, it's the weirdest thing I've ever seen. You have the Commonwealth not only doing a prosecutor's job but also doing a defendant's job, defending the witnesses. And you got the Commonwealth not only doing the defense work but also the Commonwealth job where they're trying to prosecute the witnesses. And you're seeing, like, these dual roles being done by both sides, and it's kind of crazy. And it's going to be a very, very tough situation to convince a jury, a neutral jury, let's say they're neutral, that all 20 or 30 people all are inside this scam. And not only are they incompetent, like it is incompetent investigation, these cops, but also the cops are corrupt, the EMT is corrupt, the witnesses are all covering up, they're doing it for family and some sort of mafioso family thing. And it's like, it's not good, man. And I think it's going to be I think Jackson needs to get a room, a neutral room, where he actually presents all the evidence, not just his echo chamber bullshit, and like, just as a test and see, like, normal people, what their reaction is. And I think he'd be shocked, because I think, like, a lot of people who are going to listen to this in the end of the day, when the evidence comes down, like GPS, phone, and all that stuff, it's going to be a disaster for him. And I think it's going to be a shocker to a lot of people, because they're focused on the echo chambers. And we're in a kind of echo chamber too. I mean, we are definitely a group of people that believe that he's guilty, but she's guilty, but it's not as bad as them. It's not. I mean, I think I can't imagine.
You got to follow the evidence. You have to follow the evidence, and where there was shoddy investigative work. Okay, yeah, we got a small town police station that had never had a murder, so, like, you can't really fault them for that. Did they do it in the best way? No, definitely not. There are things they definitely could have done or maybe should have done, but that doesn't change what happened that night.
Yeah.
It doesn't change. Well, yeah, blood doesn't jump. It doesn't happen. You know what I mean? It doesn't change what happened and what happened to John. So for me, you can argue that it was shoddy investigative work, but two things can be true at the same time.
Yeah.
So, I mean, in order to prove a conspiracy,
agreed.
And I'm sorry, but normally you get 3 people together, 4 people even, right? You tell a secret. How many of those 4 people can keep that secret? I promise you, if one of those people cracks within the first month and tells someone else, right? So to keep a conspiracy under wraps with 30, 40 people at this point is mathematically almost impossible. Not impossible, but implausible. Like, so it's like, you have to use your brain and think logically, like, what could be and what couldn't be, right? And wait to see all of it, because there's plenty of evidence that has not been shown yet.
Well,
I saw the
people
fan.
Can keep the secret if 3 are dead.
Yeah. I mean, I think, like, the problem is, I think Jackson has, I don't know what Jackson is thinking to himself.
I don't either.
I don't know what he's thinking. I think he's being a fool.
I'm trying to see, like, what his legal tactic is here, and I'm just not quite understanding, like, where he's going.
This
like,
is guerrilla style warfare. Think Panama in the 80s, Manuel Noriega. That's what this is.
I mean, I've critiqued Lally plenty. Like, there's definitely some things that Lally can use some work on for sure. One is being monotone. Like, he needs to work on that. Like, that whole monotone thing makes you like, okay, this is like, come on, guy, put some like emotion into it or something. Like, you're not commanding any presence here. Like, you're just monotone the entire time about the same shit. Like, so I mean,
I'll be right back.
critiques for him, and even sometimes the judge. I got some critiques for her too. So it's really I have critiques for everyone. But
by the way, I gotta go.
Oh yeah, go for it.
See you later, B Tim.
See you later, Tim. Yeah, I don't know. I can't figure out where Jackson is sort of going with this. Like, I thought I knew what he was going to do when he got up there at first, and I just have no idea now where he's going. Like, well, the problem is, Anne, is it's like really the beginning of this trial. Like, the beginning of a trial. Like, people are like, well, we haven't really seen any evidence yet. Well, I mean, the state has spent a lot of time sort of trying to debunk the defense's theory. And so what they're doing is they're starting from the beginning of what happened, and they're sort of going almost like chronologically, where like the witnesses from the very beginning, they testify, and now they're at the people in the house. And then I think after they go from the people in the house, then they go like to the investigation afterwards. And so they're sort of going in line of like, because there's I think 12 state troopers on the witness list. I think if I counted properly the other day, it's 12 state troopers. Now, I don't know if we're going to hear all of them. They are all on the witness list, but there's 12 state troopers on that witness list. And then there are a few different experts, Celebrite, car experts, phone experts. Like, so you got that kind of stuff as well. And I think most of the quote unquote, like big bombshell shit, you're not going to see until the end of the Commonwealth's case. And then of course the defense has their direct and their witnesses that they want to call. So I don't think
anything to hear Heels' take on all of this right
now. Oh my God. I know. I would too. I just have to hope we're doing the best we can for her,
I would give anything to hear it.
So would I. And for her to tell us to shut the fuck up because she's going to mute us.
All right. If you guys don't shut up, I'm going to mute you.
I'm going to mute you all.
We'll talk in a little while.
I can hear it in my head. Yes. Where's the audio? Hello, Law and Crime. Can we get some goddamn audio here, people?
Check yours.
Yeah. Oh, shit. You're right. I did. I muted it. I forgot. My bad.
Well,
forgot about that.
There was an officer possibly asking questions, or it could have been a female EMT. And I wasn't answering questions about that, correct? Hence, you didn't say, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him.
Can you be clear on your question?
Let me rephrase that. Before we broke a few minutes ago, you had said, the reason I didn't say, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him, is because I was never asked. And the subject never came up about what an officer asked her when she declared that. So I just didn't offer it. And then you said, or it could have been an EMT.
Yes, I'm unclear who was there.
Isn't it true that at the grand jury, the question that was posed to you, and this is counsel page 208, grand jury. The question that was posed to you is, quote, so what happens next with yourself, Ms. Roberts, and Ms. Reed? And your answer was, so there are different, police officers getting statements from us. At one point, I'm standing with Ms. Reed, and she's saying, did I hit him? Could I have hit him? And there was, I believe, an EMT, a female, standing right next to me, listening to her yelling, did I hit him? Could I have hit him? Is he dead? Is he dead? Is he dead? Was pretty much nonstop. Remember that testimony?
I do.
So in point of fact, you were answering the direct question about what happened in front of the police officer and the EMT, correct?
There were multiple police officers and multiple EMTs present.
So now this is another police officer and a different EMT.
I'm not saying that.
Okay. But nowhere in this did you say that she declared the words, "I am." Correct? We agree on that.
Correct.
Your Honor, I have an item I would like to have marked as next to the order.
Okay.
May I approach?
Yes.
By agreement, Your Honor, that will be exhibit 96.
Thank you.
With court permission, I would like to play a portion of this and then stop it
Okay.
and ask the witness a couple of questions about it. Okay? It's audio only. Ms. McCabe, I've paused the audio tape just to ask you a couple of foundational questions. Do you recognize what's on that audio tape?
Yes, that is my voice.
Okay. You recognize you starting a 911 call, correct?
Correct.
Similar to the call we just listened to a few minutes ago, which was the actual 911 call, correct?
What's the difference between the two of them?
I'm about to explain it. It's a confusing question, and I apologize. This appears to be a open voicemail overhearing your 911 call. Do you recognize that?
Now that you explain it, okay.
You hear a rhythmic boom, 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 boom.
The windshield wipers.
Okay, so that was my next question. That would have been an open voicemail that was recording inside the cab of the SUV that you were seated in, correct?
Correct.
Overhearing you call 911 and overhearing whatever else was going on, ambient noise at the scene, correct?
Correct.
Does that sound like a true and correct copy of at least a portion of the 911 call that you heard?
I have to listen to it again, but
Well, why don't we continue listening to it and see if you recognize it?
okay.
With your permission?
Yes.
It's about 4 minutes in total, Your Honor. Pause it. Do you hear a person in the background screaming?
Yes.
Who is that?
Miss Reed.
Mr. Cage, did you hear the audio recording that we just marked into evidence?
I did. It was very muffled and some parts were very hard to understand.
Understood.
Mhm.
The person on the phone, who was that person?
I called 911.
And the person that was, for the most part, the person's voice that you could hear screaming, sounding sort of hysterical, who was that?
Karen.
Could you also hear Carrie Roberts' voice at various times in the background?
Yes.
And she was, for lack of a better word, trying to calm Karen down.
Yes.
And at some point telling her to just shut up, you're not helping.
Yes, exactly.
Because she was so hysterical and so upset.
Erratic.
I want to play the rest of this. It appears that this recording is longer than your 911 call. You would agree with that?
Well, I'd have to see.
Well, the 911 call's already ended, correct?
I'm not sure how long was the 911 call.
Okay, this is about 3.5 minutes into a 4-minute recording. My only question is, would you agree that the 911 call is subsumed within this full 4-minute recording?
I couldn't make that from that muffled.
You couldn't tell?
I couldn't tell. So if you have my phone record, you could, I'm assuming, tell when the 911 call ended, because I know the 911 call was long because there were multiple, they had transferred me multiple times.
Right. My question to you is, I'd like you to listen very, very closely, and I know that it is a muffled recording by definition. I'm not going to do that. From this point forward, I want you to pay very close attention. I want to ask you if you hear a voice, very muffled, toward the end of this recording. Play it with your permission.
Yes.
Stop. Did you hear a muffled voice in the foreground after you heard Ms. Reed scream or yell?
I heard two people talking.
Okay. One of those was a very muffled voice on this recording, correct?
Most of the recording was muffled.
The one I'm talking about is I just played the voice that was muffled in the foreground of the audio recording, for want of a better phrase.
Yes, I heard that, yes.
Was that you?
I don't know if that was me.
There was nobody else in the cab of the car with you, was there?
I was standing at the trunk of the car, outside of the car.
Carrie Roberts was over by Mr. O'Keefe,
Agree. Yes, they were kind of running back and forth at times.
and Karen was over by Mr. O'Keefe for most of that.
Yes,
But you were the one by the car.
back and forth.
You called Nicole, your sister. By the way, can we finish playing this just for, okay, thank you. Okay, that appears to be the end of the tape.
Okay.
Okay. You called your sister at 6:07 and 42 seconds, correct?
I don't have my phone record in front of me.
Does that sound about right?
Approximately.
And you made a second phone call at 6:08 and 17 seconds. Does that sound about right?
I did call her twice, yes.
And both of those calls show in your extraction that they were answered phone calls, correct?
I don't have my extraction in front of me.
Well, you've been asked this question a bunch of times, right? You were asked this question at the other proceeding, is that right?
Yes.
You
And
were shown phone records.
well, if you have them, I could see them here.
You were shown phone records then.
Yes.
And at that time, you were confronted with the fact that the phone records show a 7-second call for 6:07. Correct?
Objection.
I'm going to strike the word confronted. Go ahead and ask.
I'll pick another
Go
word.
ahead and ask the
You were
question.
shown evidence that the 6:07 call lasted 7 seconds.
My sister never answered the phone.
Okay. I know you want to answer your own questions.
Yeah.
I'd like if you to answer my question. Were you shown records that showed the call lasted 7 seconds?
I cannot recall the exact record I was shown, but I was shown a phone record.
Okay. And you were shown that the same phone record showed that the 6:08 call lasted 8 seconds, right?
Again, I don't have it in front of me.
Does that sound about right?
About right. And there were a number of other calls that showed answered that weren't answered.
Well, we'll get to those in a minute. So the two calls at 6:07 and 6:08, at least the records indicate about 15 seconds worth of.
I don't know why
open
Lally's
lines
not
talk.
objecting here,
7
knowing that
seconds, 8
those
seconds,
were not
right?
answered. Celebrate.
You have the record in front of you. I don't.
I'm just asking if you were confronted, there's that word again, if you were shown records that established that based on your own phone extraction, your phone records, that the 6:07 call, 7-second call, 6:08 call was an 8-second call, right?
I was shown records, but I don't know exactly what they were, how long the call said, because she never answered the phone regardless.
You also made another phone call at 6:23, did you not? To Brian Albert?
If you could share my phone record, it would be very helpful.
Do you recall it?
I know I called my sister and I called my brother-in-law in the house. I do not know the exact times.
That's all I'm asking. You made a phone call to Brian Albert as well, right?
I believe so.
That was around 6:23. It was a few minutes after you had called Nicole twice, right?
Objection, testifying.
Correct.
And that call was not answered.
None of them were answered.
But the record showed that call was not answered, as opposed to Nicole's two calls, right?
Right.
Okay. The calls to Nicole were deleted from your phone before you turned that phone into law enforcement, weren't they?
Not by me.
By somebody else?
I never deleted any calls when I willingly handed my phone over.
You claim that you didn't delete calls, but you do know that your phone was forensically analyzed and those calls were in the deleted file folder, correct?
Objection.
I have seen that, but there were 20 calls all in a group that were all deleted. So cherry picking a few makes it look a different way.
Okay, so we'll get to those.
Good job, Jen.
I'm not cherry picking anything, okay?
Mhm.
Asking you questions about the records.
Which I would love a copy of if I could see.
We'll get to that in a second.
Get to that in a second.
Just going
She
by
says
your memory.
6
You've seen
fucking
these records
times,
a bunch
dude.
of times. You've been questioned about these records a bunch of times, right?
Yes.
At different times, not
So
months apart. And you like to change things. So yeah.
we
I'd like
know
to see
that
them
you
too.
called at 6:07, 6:08, or thereabouts, and about 6:23. 2 to Nicole, 1 to Brian, correct?
Correct.
And you'll agree with me that notwithstanding those phone calls, by the way, did you leave voicemails?
No.
When did you hang up? Before it went to voicemail, or was it into voicemail before you hung up?
So it was a bit of a hysterical scene that morning, and I was in a state of shock, and I was just calling my sister and my brother-in-law. They did not answer the phone. I cannot tell you when I hung up, because it was a hysterical scene. I was in a state of shock. Everyone was running around. And what seems to be forgotten is that my friend was lying there on the ground.
Oh, I don't think anybody's forgotten. You, in fact,
Ouch, Jackson.
did not leave voicemails for any of those 3 calls, did you?
Again, I don't have my phone record in front of me.
And that's because Nicole didn't get any voicemails. The calls were answered, right?
The calls were not answered.
You agree with me that
He's only said that 75 times.
Brian and Nicole Albert, Brian Albert being a police officer, never came out of the house, right?
Correct. Neither
Karen's
did any neighbor.
phone, I think, calling John's phone. It was on John's
I
voicemail.
know you'd like to continue editorializing
Mhm.
after the fact. It's probably a time and a place for it.
No,
This isn't
this
it.
is the time and the place for
You
it
can
since
answer my
you're
question, I've asked
misrepresenting.
that you do that.
Oh, my keys.
Well, now that's a pickle. Would you like me to contact?
Come out of the house.
No.
Thank you.
You can't really stop her from editorializing because she's clarifying what you're trying to.
How many of the initial
change.
police officers from Canton Police Department who responded to the scene were you friends with?
I would say I am friendly with Mike Lank. He was 5 years older than me. I knew him growing up. If I saw him around town, I would say, "Hey, how are you?" Pretty much that's the extent.
Anybody else other than Mike Lank that you're friends with?
Not that I am friends with. I knew of Officer Sean Good, but I wouldn't say I was friends with him. I just knew who he was.
And you also knew that Officer Lank was very good friends with the Albert family.
Good friends, yes.
You knew that Mike Lank and Chris Albert had a long-standing friendship, correct?
Correct.
You just indicated you also knew Officer Good, is that right?
Didn't know him. I said I knew of him.
Okay. With regard to names like Sarah, Elaine, not so much.
Sarah has a sister that's the same age as my sister, but I had never, to my knowledge, met Sarah.
And of all the officers who responded to the scene, the 2 who actually went inside the Albert home to talk to Brian Albert and others was, in fact, Mike Lank and Officer Good.
I don't remember Officer Good in the house. I only remember Officer Lank.
The reason you know that, the reason you have a memory of what was happening inside the house is because you were allowed to actually go into that home, correct?
Correct.
And you went into that home before any of the officers went into the home. Is that right?
Correct.
You were allowed to have private conversations with Brian Albert?
I woke Brian Albert up.
Were you allowed to have private conversations with Brian Albert?
Yes.
And you were allowed to have private conversations with your sister, Nicole?
Yes.
That was before the police ever went in to do any formal interviews of you, Brian, or Nicole, correct?
Correct.
Did you discuss in these private conversations how you 3 were going to answer any questions for the police when you were asked?
No.
Did you talk about what you were going to say in any respect?
We were in shock. There was no.
Did you talk about what Brian and Nicole were going to say in their interviews with the police?
Don't let him stifle your
Did,
voice.
did Brian Albert give you any advice as a police detective what you should do or say when you were interviewed?
No.
Did he give you any advice as a police detective what you should do with your cell phone?
No.
Did he tell you that the police might want to get a hold of your cell phone at some point?
No.
Did you 2 discuss the calls that you made to Nicole Albert at 6:07 and 6:08 and the call that you made to Brian Albert at 6:23?
No.
Did you ever discuss the idea of potentially deleting any of those calls that were made that early morning?
Absolutely not.
Would you tell us if you did?
Yes, because I'm an honest and truthful person.
Did you tell him which officers were outside?
I don't recall.
Did you tell him that Officer Lank specifically, friend of the Alberts, was outside?
I don't recall.
And then your husband, Matt, McCabe arrived at the scene, correct?
Correct.
He was allowed to come in the house as well, right?
I believe Officer Lank was in the house before Matt came into the house.
And a little bit later that morning, Julie Albert came over, correct?
Correct.
And by the way, Officer Lank, after just a few minutes, then left the house, correct?
Correct.
Leaving all the witnesses inside together.
Correct.
And I can't remember if I asked this question or just thought it out loud. Did Julie Albert come over?
She did.
And then Chris came over.
Yes.
Even Brian Higgins came over.
Correct.
These are all friends and family of yours, correct?
Not Brian Higgins. I had only met a handful of times.
But you consider him a friend.
A friend of Brian Albert's is how I would reference him.
Fair enough. So these are friends and family of Brian Albert.
Correct.
And everyone was permitted to discuss the circumstances of the evening before going into the early morning hours with each other with no police there, correct?
I sat with my family in shock and horror.
Were you allowed to discuss the circumstances of the night before going into the early morning hours amongst yourselves without any police presence? Yes or no?
There was no reason for us to be allowed or not allowed. We did nothing wrong.
Understand my question? Did you get it?
Yes, I understand your question.
Can you answer it, yes or no? Were you allowed, that group of folks, were you allowed to discuss the case without a police presence?
Yes.
Okay. So you listened during that friends and family gathering, you listened to what Brian Albert had to say, correct?
He didn't really say much.
He was able to listen to what you had to say?
Again, you're creating a scene that didn't happen.
Anything, Mr. McCabe, I'm asking some questions. If you don't seem to want to answer.
Objection, Your Honor.
All right, so let's ask a question and let's get an answer, okay?
Yes or no? Was Brian Albert there within earshot when you discussed your version of what had happened?
I didn't discuss much. I sat there in shock and horror, so I spoke very little, to be honest with you.
But what little you did speak, he could hear.
Yes.
And Nicole could hear.
Yes.
And Chris Albert could hear.
Chris came much later.
And your husband, Matt McCabe, he could hear.
Yes.
Okay. And then when Chris is talking about what happened at Waterfall, you could hear and Brian could hear. In other words, everybody could hear everybody.
Chris came much later. When Chris came, I was almost about to leave.
I'm guessing that the topic of what had happened was still on everybody's mind.
Everybody was trying to figure out what had happened.
And you're discussing it amongst yourselves. That's my point.
With my sister and my brother-in-law and my husband. Correct.
Before you left, you said you were about to leave. Before you left, another Albert came over to the house, correct?
I don't recall seeing him. Kevin Albert.
How'd you know I was talking about Kevin Albert?
Because you said another Albert came over, and I was
6 brothers.
I was told later it was Kevin.
I see. So you believe that Kevin was not there when you were still there?
I was in a state of shock. He may have walked in.
Do you remember?
I don't remember it. No.
He could have been.
He could have been, absolutely.
And you knew he was a Canton police officer?
Yes.
You had already gotten a call from Michael Proctor, hadn't you?
Yes.
He told you he wanted to speak with you.
Correct.
So you knew at that point that the Massachusetts State Police troopers had taken over the investigation of the case, correct?
Correct.
Did Michael Proctor tell you that the Canton Police Department had been recused from the case?
Objection.
Sustained.
Let me ask it a different way. Did you have knowledge in any way, shape, form, or fashion, at that point, that Canton Police Department was not supposed to be involved in the case?
Objection.
Sustained.
Speaking of Trooper Proctor, when you first interviewed with him, that was January 29th, 2022. We've already discussed that a little bit today, correct?
Correct.
And he was taking notes while you were interviewing with him, is that right?
I believe so.
You mentioned on Friday your observations of the taillight that day. Is that right?
Correct.
You told Mr. Lally that you indicated that the taillight looked, when you saw it, just like the photograph that he showed you, correct?
I told him it was hard to make out and with the snow on it, but it looked, in the picture that he showed.
He showed you a second photo, a close-up, basically, of the SUV Sally Port. Is that right?
Yes.
And you said, yeah, that's the condition of the taillight, correct?
Yes.
You also told Trooper Proctor about your observations of the taillight on that same day, the 29th, right?
Correct.
That's literally the same day that you saw the taillight, correct?
Correct.
Just a few hours later, is that right?
Correct.
And what you told Trooper Proctor that day was that you, quote, saw a crack in it, end quote, correct?
I told him that the taillight was cracked.
Matter of fact, the words that you used were that you saw, and I'm not fighting you on those words. You saw that it was cracked. You actually said, I saw a crack in it, correct?
That's what he said. I said, I'm telling you, I said the taillight was cracked.
This is another example of him screwing up your words, correct?
You'd have to ask Trooper Proctor.
So I'm asking you, did you say, I saw a crack in it?
I said the taillight was cracked.
So you didn't say, I saw a crack in it, right?
I said the taillight was cracked.
The photograph that you were shown, with the court's permission, it's exhibit 92, I believe, from Friday.
Okay.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
You see that photograph? You were shown this photograph on Friday. Does that look like, does it like has a crack in it?
It's cracked. Yes.
It's actually completely missing.
Yeah. And I believe in one of the reports, one of the many reports, it will say that I said it was cracked and missing pieces.
Right. Does that look like it's cracked and missing pieces, or does that look like the entirety of the taillight is basically gone?
Again, in that picture, there are the red pieces. There are some of it still there. So it's cracked and missing. In a state of shock, that was my description.
Got it. So in a state of shock, you said there was a crack in it.
No.
Hours after.
I said it was cracked. I never said there was a crack in it.
So if Trooper Proctor wrote that down, that would be an example of him getting your words wrong yet again.
Objection.
Right?
That's been answered. Let's move along, please.
That's okay for that. Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay.
I want to get back to January 29th, that interview with Trooper Proctor. After this interview with Michael Lank, you eventually made your way back to your house. Is that right?
Yes.
You went with your husband, Matt?
Yes.
And you knew that Trooper Proctor was going to show up and interview you and Matt, Mr. McCabe, correct?
On the phone, he asked, he wanted to speak with me.
Is that a yes?
So I wasn't aware. He asked to speak with me. I wasn't aware if he was going to speak with Matt.
Okay. You were at least aware that you were going to be interviewed.
Correct.
You told Brian Albert that Trooper Proctor was planning on interviewing you as well.
Correct.
Before Trooper Proctor showed up to conduct that interview at your house, Brian Albert actually showed up at your house, correct?
Correct.
So Brian Albert made sure that he was in your home before Trooper Proctor made it to your house, correct?
Objection.
Interesting.
Brian Albert was in your home before Trooper Proctor was in your home. Is that right?
I am not sure who arrived first.
But he was there when you were interviewed, wasn't he?
He was upstairs, yes.
And you believe, of course, with that statement, he didn't hear anything about what was going to happen, right? He didn't hear anything about the interview.
No, I don't think he could hear it from where he was.
But you knew he was just a few feet away.
I knew he was up in my bedroom.
We've talked a little bit about your call records, and I want to pivot for a second and ask you about those call records. This is Exhibit 90. May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you.
Do you recognize that document?
I do, yes.
You were shown this document last week, is that right?
Correct.
This is a forensic extraction report of John O'Keefe's cell phone that you were shown on Friday, right?
Correct.
You acknowledge that it's an accurate report of calls found on John's phone between you and him, is that right?
I believe so, yes.
Okay, and this shows the calls that you made to John's phone or you received from John's phone on or between or at or between 12:14 a.m. and 12:50 a.m. I want to direct your attention to those time frames, correct?
Correct.
All right, I want to start at the bottom, and it may go in reverse chronological order.
Okay.
I think it does. At 12:14, it shows that you called John O'Keefe and that call was answered. Is that right?
Yeah, correct.
At 12:18 a.m., it shows that John O'Keefe called your phone and that was answered as well.
Correct.
And then at 12:29 a.m., you also called John O'Keefe's phone and y'all had a short conversation as well. Is that right?
No.
That the record shows, I think it shows, pardon me. Unknown, correct? In terms of whether it was missed or answered?
Excuse me, can you repeat that?
Sure, the 12:29, I want to concentrate on the 12:29 a.m. call.
Okay.
That one in the Celebrite extraction, it shows in terms of whether the call was answered or not, the status is unknown, correct? It's on the last page.
Yeah.
Second row from the top.
12:29. Unknown, yes.
Unknown. However, you've already acknowledged that y'all did have a short conversation on that 2:29.
No.
29 call, correct?
We didn't speak at 2:29. We spoke at 12:14 and we spoke at 12:18. We never spoke at 12:29.
So you're indicating that the 12:29 call was either missed or otherwise? Went to voicemail, something?
The 12:29, yes.
Okay. I want to show you a document. Well, let me ask it this way. According to this, there were 6 more calls between your phone and John O'Keefe's phone.
Correct.
Count them, correct? 1, 2, 3, 5, 6. And that's before, or that's up to 12:50 a.m. Is that right?
Correct.
All right. I'd like to show you another document. Or if I could approach briefly. May I?
Yes.
Thank you.
I'll take, so we don't get mixed up, I'll take exhibit 90 back.
Okay, thank you.
I want to show you one more document that you weren't shown on Friday. Do you recognize this one?
No.
Okay. If you look where it indicates on the left column, I'm just putting my thumb here, the left column, the MSISDN user, there's a number that ends there. 0142, 0142.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
So I'm going to answer this question before we approach.
I have no idea what we're approaching about this document.
Yes.
Why don't we just go up there?
Sure.
May I have that, please? I know you need to look at it.
Sidebar.
Sidebar.
Sidebar. I just got
Okay.
a tirade from, somebody who I thought was a friend of mine who doesn't like my opinion about Karen and this case now. And because he doesn't like my opinion, I am now a drug addict and, all the things that like Turtle Boy parroted that were absolute bullshitaki. Like, so I'm now all those things now because I don't agree with him on an opinion.
So
and
yesterday you weren't those things, but today you are
Correct.
those things.
Mhm.
Isn't it great that it's not
Yep.
it's not for us to worry about what other people think about us?
And because
Isn't
I
that
respectfully disagree, I'm not like the first thing they went into doing is like name calling and like, you're all crazy and blah, 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 you and all your viewers. Like, dude, first, and then it was like, 11 viewers. Like, I feel like people need to learn how streaming works. I'm streaming on 3 platforms right now. Whatever number you see on your screen is not the same number I see on my screen of total viewers. Total viewers right now is at 179. And that's because there's numerous people streaming this case. So there are people watching all over all sorts of channels right now. I don't expect it to be higher than like 200 or 300 with all the channels that are streaming this. Some people that I even know and respect. So, I mean,
why does it matter why does somebody else so worried about your numbers?
doesn't.
Maybe they should go worry about their own numbers.
They don't
and
have
worry
numbers.
about
They don't even have a channel. It's
Right.
just, it was a dig. It was a dig. Like, you and all your 11 viewers. Like, no, actually we're at 180 now. So no, I have a different number because I'm streaming on numerous platforms. So there's that. That's, but I mean, I'm all these things now because I don't agree with their opinion. But I respectfully don't agree. They can have their opinion. I could still be friends with you. I have friends on both sides of this issue. The fact that people act this way and just magically can't be friends and this person is just a horrible person because they don't believe the same thing you do is utterly ridiculous. It's childish and the behavior is apparent. Like, I'm sorry, but like, I'm not going to sit here and name call. No, I would never. I'm not going to sit there and name call them. And like, I was trying to be respectful. Like, you don't have to agree with me. That's fine. But I'm not going to sit here and allow you to call me names and do all this extra shit just because you don't agree with my opinion on my guest's opinion. Oh, well.
And we're back.
Your Honor, just for ease of maintenance, may I approach and handle
Yes.
an unredacted version?
Yes.
Same thing. Yeah, sure.
Thank you.
You're welcome. If you look on the left column, Ms. McCabe,
Yes.
You'll see something that says Apple ID.
Yes.
Look to the right of it. Do you recognize that unredacted portion? I don't want you to read it out or anything. You recognize that?
Yes.
Whose Apple ID is that?
That's mine.
Okay, if you look, 6 lines below that, there's a full phone number. Again, don't leave the phone number out. Just tell me if you recognize it.
I do.
Whose is that?
That's mine.
Okay. May I coach on?
Yes.
I'll take the unredacted copy back.
Okay.
So we don't get it mixed up. Does this appear to be cell-right extraction of your phone records, your Apple ID?
Yes.
Okay. And you recognize, without telling me what it is, you recognize that phone number as your phone number back at the time and the Apple ID back at the time?
Yes.
Associated with the phone that you then turned in to law enforcement, correct?
Correct.
Okay. You've just looked at the extraction report for John O'Keefe's phone, and you saw those calls between your phone and John O'Keefe's phone after going from 1214, after that, all the way up to 1250, correct?
Correct.
Take a look at the last couple of pages, page 3 and 4 of your own cell phone extraction report. And tell me if you see a single call listed between you and John O'Keefe for January 29th between 1214 and 1250.
There are calls to a number that I'm assuming is John.
What
I'm
time?
just not sure. I see a call at, wait a minute. This report has times everywhere.
Right. It's chronological except for the calls that were deleted. You see a call at 5:52 to John O'Keefe's phone.
I see a call at 5:52, yes.
But there's not a single call before 5:52 a.m. between 12:14 and 12:50 a.m. Is that right? Not one.
It's very hard to, this report jumps time-wise.
You can look at every single time on the report. There's not that many.
I'm just trying to say that it goes from 7:21 to 5:52 to 7:33 to 7:49. There's no order, they're out of order.
I understand that, Mr. McCabe, but if you look at every one of the entries, there's not a single entry for 12:14, 12:18, or any of the subsequent 12:29, any of the subsequent phone calls that are all shown on John O'Keefe's phone extraction. Did you agree with that?
Correct.
May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you. Your Honor, I would move to the admission of NN as an exhibit.
Okay, is there an objection?
No, Your Honor.
May I inquire, Your Honor?
Yes.
Fact of the matter is, according to those Celebrite records and that extraction from your own phone, every one of the calls that you made to John O'Keefe's phone between 12:29 and, I'm sorry, between 12:14 and 12:50 a.m. was deleted and unrecovered, correct?
I didn't understand that report, and I'm not an expert.
When you compare the two, you saw a bunch of calls on John O'Keefe's phone, right? You know, he couldn't have deleted them. He passed away, right?
Correct.
You saw your cell phone extraction, which is the handshake, John O'Keefe's phone. And all your calls are missing, right?
Objection.
Can you answer that question?
I'm confused. That paper, I don't understand it. It was vague. There were numbers, there were calls everywhere. There was a number of missing calls.
There's a bunch of missing calls, right? You didn't see any of the calls that were reflected on John O'Keefe's phone. Is that right? Yes or no? They're not there.
A lot of calls are missing. I'm not really even sure what's there because the numbers are it's all redacted.
So you were not seeing any redacted calls.
The page you just had in front of me was redacted.
It's now an exhibit.
It's now an exhibit. Your personal information was redacted. None of the calls were redacted now.
The numbers, I don't know people's phone numbers. I just have them as contacts.
Ms. McCabe, you just said a second ago, and we can do this all day long, or we can just make it simple. The fact of the matter is that report did not show any of the calls that John O'Keefe's phone report showed, correct? From 12:14 to 12:50.
I believe there was one on there.
5:52. That's the next morning, ma'am. Right?
Were there other calls in that time period on the Celebrate?
You just said there weren't. You just looked at it.
I've told you that Celebrate report was extremely hard to read.
Right. Fact is, there are no calls on your own phone extraction between you and John O'Keefe between 12:14 and 12:50. Would you just agree with that, at least on that report?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
You can't ask her to
The fact
agree with
is
something.
that you deleted
That's not,
your call records before you turned your phone in.
you can't tell her how to testify.
That's what
That's not
that
how it
report
works,
shows.
bro.
Absolutely not.
You sanitized your phone because you didn't want the police to know who you had been calling or the fact that you had
Got a
been
question
calling
or a statement?
John O'Keefe's phone incessantly, correct?
Incorrect. I
Objection.
willingly turned over my phone.
After you deleted your phone call logs,
False.
correct?
Absolutely not.
What date did you turn your phone over?
Possibly February 3rd.
How many days after this incident was that?
5.
4 or 5.
So you had plenty of time to talk to that
Well, for
friends and
fuck's
family
sake.
group and ultimately
She's not a
decide to
suspect.
delete your phone calls.
Yeah, because
correct?
every single
Josh,
person is
sister.
lying except Karen Reed. I mean, come on.
Did you ever have any group chats with family members who are witnesses in this case?
Yes.
Why wouldn't you? They're family members. Common sense, dickhead. I mean, that's a stupid ass question. I would still have group chats with my family members, whether they were a witness in a case or not. It's kind of irrelevant whether I have a group chat with them or not.
May I approach you on it?
Yes.
Flip through those.
If you're gonna come troll, dude, you're just gonna be banned. I don't know why you bother. Wasting your precious seconds of typing because it's just gonna go. So
Turn subscribers only
Well,
mode on for
Mr.
2 hours.
Lally is looking through that packet. Can I just ask to make sure the record is clear? Did you delete any of your calls before you turned your phone into law enforcement?
I spoke with the 2 officers that I handed my phone over to, and I asked if I could delete the personal conversations with my daughters. And they said absolutely yes, that I could.
So other than calls with your daughters that you deleted, did you delete any other calls on your phone at all?
There were text messages. It was actually text messages with my daughters that I deleted, and that was all I deleted.
Did you delete any phone calls?
I
Oh my God.
do not recall deleting any phone calls at all. I would have no reason to delete anything.
So that's very different than I didn't delete any phone calls. I do not remember deleting phone calls, means you might have.
In day-to-day life, people delete things, but I do not recall deleting any phone calls.
In day-to-day life, did you delete any of the calls to John O'Keefe?
No,
Did you delete any of your calls with Nicole Albert?
no,
Did you delete any of your calls with Brian Albert,
no,
with Chris Albert,
no,
with Julie Albert,
no,
Colin Albert?
no,
With any of the witnesses in this case, did you delete any calls before you turned that phone over?
no, no.
May I approach?
Yes.
Ms. McCabe, I'm handing you a packet of documents. Appears to be about 10 pages long. Do you recognize what's in those documents?
Yes,
You indicated already that you were part of a group chat with certain members of your family and friends.
correct.
Did that group chat, I'm most interested in the group chat between yourself, Nicole Albert, Brian Albert, Matt McCabe, on or around that group chat starting on or around February 1st, 2022.
Okay.
Does that look like a true and accurate reflection of the text messages between, or certain of the text messages between and among that group?
Yes, the ones I've seen, yes.
On February
Can you just
1st
tell me what page you're on? I'm sorry.
Of course, Your Honor.
The bait stamp number?
2148.
Okay,
is where
thank
I'm
you.
going to start.
Thank you.
And they should go relatively chronologically, Your Honor, page by
Okay.
page. On February 1st, 2022, around 2:15 in the afternoon on this group chat, did you receive a message from your husband on the group? This is on page 2148. It should be the middle bubble, the middle and the bottom bubble. Quote, Julie said channel 4 is in DE. You see that?
Yes,
And the response from Matt McCabe is eating, I assume, quote, ask Chris to ask some questions. Tell them the guy never went in the house, end quote. You see that?
Yes.
You look at the next page, the top, 149. There's a one-word answer from Brian Albert. What is that answer?
Exactly.
Does it appear to you from this chat that Matt McCabe was directing witnesses, specifically Chris Albert, what to say to the news media?
Objection.
I'll allow that. Is that what you're seeing?
That is not how I would understand this.
He never went in the, tell them he never went in the house was the story that had been concocted between and among this group of people on this chat, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
No. John never went in the house. It wasn't a story. It was the truth. And it is the truth.
Just like she said, I hit him.
Correct.
Yahtzee.
So according to this chat, at least, the very base level, this is one witness telling another witness to give certain information to the media that could be useful to the group, correct? Tell them the guy never went in the house, right?
Objection.
Sustained.
Matt McCabe was directing Chris Albert. Chris Albert wasn't even at the house, was he?
Chris Albert was not at the house, no.
But this chat is Matt McCabe, your husband, telling Chris Albert, who was never at the house and would have no personal knowledge of what happened at the house, to specifically say, the guy never came in the house. The guy, by the way, being John O'Keefe. Right?
That's what he wrote.
Does that sound to you a little bit like collusion?
Objection.
Sustained.
At some point, you sought out Carrie Roberts' cell phone number shortly after the 29th, or maybe not, maybe on the 29th, right?
Correct.
You didn't have her cell number in your phone?
No.
One of your primary concerns was to make sure that you got in contact with Carrie Roberts before the day's end, right?
I wanted to speak to Carrie as she was on her way to the hospital, and I wanted to check in on John.
One of your primary concerns, Ms. McCabe, was that you wanted to make sure you got a hold of Carrie Roberts and had communication with her before the end of the day.
It had nothing to do with getting in touch with her by the end of the day. It was a friend reaching out, wondering how her friend was doing, who was just taken off the front lawn.
On the 29th.
Yes.
So before the end of the day, Ms. McCabe, you do this all day long. Before the end of the day, you were trying to get a hold of Carrie Roberts, correct?
Immediately in the morning, I wanted to get in touch with her.
Right. So you sought out her phone number. First, you tried my client, Karen Reed, correct?
Correct.
But then you found another source for that information. Is that right?
Correct.
And you said just a second ago, you were claiming that you needed that information because you knew that she was on the way to see John O'Keefe's parents.
She was picking them up.
And you wanted to check on them.
Correct.
You've been friends with the O'Keefe family for years, haven't you?
Correct.
So you didn't have a need to get Carrie Roberts' phone number, did you?
I wanted to speak with Carrie, see how she was doing. I was not going to call Peg.
You had her phone number, didn't you?
I do, yes.
So if you wanted to check on somebody, you could have just called her.
I was not going to call Peg O'Keefe on the way to see her son at the hospital.
Check on your friend? That was just too much?
I wanted to ask Carrie. I am sure she was boggled down and probably did not want to speak with anyone. It was a simple thing. I made sure I got Carrie Roberts' number so I could check in and see how John was doing. Also, we had just been through an extremely traumatic event together. There's nothing evil here.
Robert's number, Ms. McCabe, is because you wanted to make sure that you control her story as she left your site, correct?
Absolutely not.
This guy is such an
Did you take any steps whatsoever? Any steps whatsoever to influence Carrie Roberts' statements?
No.
Because that would be collusion, wouldn't it?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you write a text to the group, including Brian Albert, Nicole Albert, and Matt McCabe, where you informed them that, quote, and this is, Your Honor, on page 2158, where you informed them, quote, Carrie is here going over timeline, end quote.
Correct.
So you reported back to Brian, Nicole, and Matt that Carrie was where?
She came over my house.
And you two sat down and went over a, quote, timeline together.
Peggy spoke to Carrie.
Or no? I didn't ask about Peggy.
Well, that's where the timeline started at.
Did you ask Carrie, or did Carrie show up at your house and, quote unquote, go over a timeline?
Carrie showed up asking to sit down with me to do a timeline so we would remember everything that had happened.
And you wanted to be super helpful about that, right?
Objection, Your Honor.
Ask it differently.
Sure. You wanted to be helpful to Carrie Roberts.
The two of us were trying to figure out what had happened to our friend.
And so you made sure that you created and drafted with Carrie Roberts a timeline for her, correct?
I didn't make sure of anything. She was the one that asked me to do it.
And not only did you create a timeline, you then reported back to your group, Brian Albert, Nicole Albert, Matt McCabe, that she was creating this timeline with you on February 1st, 2022. Isn't that right?
Yes.
That was actually smart.
After you created or drafted this timeline with Carrie, she actually sat for an interview with the police, did she not? That's not in the chats. I'm just asking. She sat down for an interview with the police, didn't she?
When?
You tell me. It's my question.
I'm not sure of when you're talking about.
Okay, let's start over.
Yes.
After this timeline was created on February 1st, at some point thereafter, Carrie Roberts conducted a formal interview with the police about this case, correct?
Do you have the report of that date?
We're sort of bearing the lead. She did the interview in your living room, ma'am. Right?
There was, on Tuesday, 2 officers came to the house and she sat in the other room and spoke with them.
So, using my question, she did the interview at your house.
Oh, they came to my house to interview me and she happened to be there. So they asked if they could speak with her also.
Okay. Did she or did she not do an interview at your house?
Did, yes.
That wasn't that hard.
Is that a question or a statement, sir?
You were
Objection.
present for that interview, weren't you?
I was eating dinner.
You were present for the interview, Ms. McCabe.
I was in the house, yes.
And you listened to that interview, didn't you?
No, I did not.
You made sure you gave Carrie Roberts everything she needed for that interview, correct? Quote, everything she might need for that interview, didn't you?
And where is this that you're quoting
I'm
from?
asking you.
Oh, I'm sorry. When you quoted, I thought it was in here. I apologize.
We'll get to it in a second. Did you tell her everything that you wanted her to say?
No, I did not.
Did you in any way attempt to influence her testimony before she gave that interview in your living room?
Absolutely not. Carrie is her own person.
Oh, that was great,
But
Snark.
then you did
Very
report
dry.
her progress to the Albert and McCabe group in that group chat, didn't you?
Can you show me where, please?
Sure. Isn't it true that in a group text with Brian Albert, Nicole Albert, Matt McCabe, you wrote, and this is on page 2159, quote, and we handed Carrie, and handed phone to Carrie. Remember that?
I see that, yes.
And the very next text is from you telling the group, she's telling him everything in all caps, 2 exclamation points.
Yes.
And then you went on to say at
But he
2:55
is,
p.m.
that's a good
basically the
thing,
same
as
moment.
in good. She's telling him everything, as in
All the
everything
Right.
Karen said, everything that
End quote.
happened.
Correct?
Right.
Correct.
Not holding anything
As in,
back
she's
is
not
what
So
going
I'm
to
when you said a
cover
couple of
for
minutes ago
Karen.
that you weren't
Like,
listening to what she was saying, that was a lie, wasn't it?
We're talking about two different interviews. I'm talking about when the officers came to my house and spoke to her there. You're saying that I handed the phone over, so that would be a different interview.
McCabe, this is on February 1st at 2:55. I wasn't there. You were there. She was in your house on February 1st giving an interview to the police, wasn't she?
One day she was there giving an interview to the police.
And while she was there,
But I do not believe it was at 2:55. It was later in the evening. So I think you might have two events confused.
so either way,
Oh, yes,
whether
he
she was
does.
on the phone with the police or sitting there in your living room with the police, you were listening to her and reporting back to the group. She's telling them everything.
The one, no, it's not correct. The one that she did with the police, she did in the other room. And the one she did on the phone, I said, she's telling them everything.
I know.
Because Carrie is an extremely blunt person and she was giving personal feelings about the situation. And I was horrified by it.
To the police.
To the police.
And you're listening.
I heard a statement she said that horrified me.
And then you're reporting it back to the group, weren't you?
That one thing she stated, I reported back to the group, yes.
So you're listening in on a police interview, correct?
It was a phone call.
One side of it, right?
It was a phone call.
You're listening in on a police interview.
she's in her
one side
house.
of it.
She's not listening in. She's at her house.
You're eavesdropping on that interview, correct?
No.
I'm sitting with her and she's taking the call.
And then
It's
you're
not
reporting
eavesdropping.
that interview back, or her success in that interview, in your mind, back to the group involving Brian Albert, Nicole Albert, and Matt McCabe. Isn't that what you're doing?
Objection.
I'll allow it. I absolutely not. That is not how it went. I was horrified because Carrie's a blunt person, not like me. And she had made a comment about Miss Reed and Mr. O'Keefe's relationship. And I was shocked and horrified that she said it the way that she did.
You're so shocked and horrified that
I said, oh my God, she's telling them everything. Yes.
you decided it was so important that you needed to report that back to Brian Albert and his friends.
I was horrified.
So you reported that back.
Yes, I said she told them everything.
When you were first confronted with these messages at a separate proceeding in June of 2023,
Confronted?
you claimed that you couldn't remember what that exchange was about.
The
Correct?
judge got
And now you
confronted from
just
the
all of a
last
sudden
time he
have
said
this
it.
newfound memory of exactly what that text message
I
is
know.
referring to, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Yes, because Carrie
Oh.
Roberts said a statement and it jogged. I said, oh my God, that's what I meant when I said she said everything.
When did she say this statement?
Probably in the fall. She has made this statement a few times in reference to Karen.
You and Carrie Roberts are still coordinating your statements together.
Oh no, we're not. It's just an opinion she has of Miss Reed.
And all of a sudden that became your, quote, everything, all this stuff.
It didn't just become it. I forgot that I had written it. And one day Carrie made the statement, and I'm sure it happens to everyone. You forget something and then you're like, oh my God, that's what it was.
I'm not sure that happens to everyone.
Objection.
Sustained.
No,
Let me
but
ask you
sure
a
does.
different question.
It sure
When you
does
were
happen to
asked under
everyone
oath
there, bub.
A year ago,
Don't
when it
patronize
was
the
a
jury.
finger
They're not
fresher
gonna
in your
like that.
mind, you were asked specifically what you were referring to, and your answer was, I have no idea.
When it's time to play and time to slay. ESW pairs with everything.
A question in a proper way.
The everything you referred to in that text in real time was what you had worked out with Carrie in that timeline meeting, wasn't it? That was the everything you were referring to, correct?
Incorrect. We never worked together to come up with a story. We have the facts, and the everything was a comment about your client.
You went on in your group chat with Brian Albert, Nicole Albert, and Matt McCabe to give running updates about whether or not Carrie Roberts was actually following the script, correct?
Incorrect. There was no script.
167. Matt McCabe texted the group, Brian, sitting separate. end quote, correct?
Yes.
Sounds like Matt McCabe is reporting back to Brian Albert. Following your instructions, we're sitting separately.
Objection.
Sustained.
How is she supposed to know what Matt meant? She's not
1
Matt.
minute
You've asked
later,
Matt that.
Brian Albert had a one-word response to the Brian sitting separate, correct?
Yes.
What was that one-word response?
Okay.
So it sounded like he was giving his approval for where people were situated in that meeting, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
At page 2168, 515.
It's very hard to just look at two texts and try to understand what the context is.
Ms. McCabe, if you don't understand a question that I have, just let me know, but otherwise let me ask.
No, he's taking them out of context on purpose.
On page 2168, at 515, you wrote the group,
Probably will.
quote, "You listening?"
On redirect.
Correct?
Yes.
And at the same time, 515, you then wrote, "Cops here again," end quote, correct?
Correct.
Which T do
That
you
was in
need,
reference to
Liza?
the police coming over to your house to further interview Carrie Roberts, wasn't it?
Get all the T. I can't spell it all, but
That was when they came to talk to me.
And Carrie Roberts was there.
Was
correct?
at my house, correct?
And a few minutes later at 5:23, Nicole Albert texts, "Call us after," correct?
Correct.
And a few minutes after that,
yeah.
Matt McCabe
So what?
texts, quote, "This girl could write a book, ... nonstop," correct?
AKA
Correct.
she doesn't shut the fuck up.
So obviously Matt
Forever.
McCabe, along with you, was listening to Carrie Roberts in her interview.
We were sitting in the kitchen eating
Got it.
dinner with our children, and Carrie Roberts was in a different room, but she was going on and on and on
How do you
as
know?
she does because they were in the other room.
And you could listen.
I could hear voices.
You can't hear what they're
her
saying.
interview with the police.
Did not hear her interview. I could hear them talking, but I was sitting at a table with my children eating dinner, getting ready to go to a basketball game.
You then responded to Matt McCabe, "I love it."
Yes.
And then you responded about this interview you just testified under.
How do you know that's what it's about? Out
Under
of context.
penalty of perjury, not hearing anything about, just hearing voices. Your next text was, quote, "She is telling them everything,"
Yes.
end quote. Correct?
Yes.
So what you said just a few minutes ago about not knowing what she was saying, I could just hear voices, that was a lie.
It was.
Okay.
Objection.
Sustained.
And a couple of seconds later, Nicole Albert responds, one word. What was her response?
Good.
So in order, those texts say, "You listening?" You say, "You listening?"
Objection, Your Honor.
The objection sustained.
At the end of the day, you were eavesdropping on an interview that Carrie Roberts was having with law enforcement in their official capacity.
No, I was sitting eating dinner, and some of the things, obviously, I overheard, but I was not eavesdropping. I'm saying there's a possibility if I'm sitting in this room eating dinner and someone's in another room talking, you can hear bits and pieces. Was I eavesdropping? No. Is there some big cover-up story? No.
Well, why, Ms. McCabe, does your testimony keep evolving? A second ago, you said, you told this jury, you said, I couldn't hear a thing. All I could hear was voices, like muffled voices from the other room. She was going on and on about something.
Yeah.
And then when I confronted you with a text message where you said, she's telling them everything, now it's, well, I may have heard a couple of things. Which is it?
No, she was going on and on and on like she does.
And you were listening on and on and on like you do.
I was probably hearing bits and pieces.
I'm sorry, that was a statement, not a question. Objection?
Why was it so important to report back to the group? that you were happy that Carrie Roberts was saying, quote, everything.
Objection.
I'll allow it.
We had both lost our friend. Carrie Roberts was in shock, as was I in shock. The two of us had all this information that just kept coming back to us and back to us. And it's terrifying when you go through an experience and you're in shock. And Carrie was remembering things. I was remembering things. So I was happy for her that she was piecing it all together, and I had pieced it all together, because at the end of the day, our friend was dead and we were trying to figure out what had happened to him together. There was no direction. We were all trying to figure out what had happened, because that's what you do when you lose somebody you love.
Were you happy for her, or were you happy for you and Brian and Matt and Nicole?
For me and for her, because we were going through this together. There was no conversation.
You got the story out that you're trying to get out through Carrie Roberts. Right?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
There is no story. There's facts and truth on this side. There's no story. The story that you've created is not the truth.
Did I create I hit him, or did you?
That's fact.
A fact that conveniently you didn't mention in your report. A blank, grand jury, right? That kind of fact.
Objection.
Is that right?
That is the fact I mentioned. So in some reports, it's there.
The fact is, you wanted to keep very close tabs on Carrie Roberts, didn't you?
No.
On January 29th, if you look on page 2223, you text the group, quote, Carrie talked to cops and kept it simple, end quote.
Yes.
Okay, it's becoming a habit for you to keep tabs on Carrie Roberts, isn't it?
Objection.
Sustained.
You'll agree that over and over and over and over again, you're reporting to this tight group, Nicole, Brian Albert, your husband, how Carrie's doing in her stories to the police, aren't you? Over and over and over.
I am telling them what is going on. I wouldn't say it. Well, let's count them. Was there 4 of them? You're saying over and over and over and over. It's a bit extreme.
I see. So you take issue with the way that I phrased over and over and over.
Well, it's misleading, I believe.
I see. Okay. Well, let me see if I can try this in a non-misleading way, Mrs. Kane.
Okay.
So at least one of us, I'll withdraw.
That should have been
You
an objection.
consistently reported back to the group
Nope, consistent.
how Carrie Roberts was
No.
doing with the police, didn't you?
I would update them after Carrie saw and spoke to the police. Again, we were all trying to figure out what had happened to John.
There's yet another text from Brian's wife, Nicole, on January 29th. And this is on page 2226. And she says, quote, we'll get more info tomorrow. Don't want to text about it, end quote. And then you texted, right, correct?
Correct.
What's that about?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
We decided that we would talk on the phone. My children look on my phone. Her children look on her phone. We were working with the police. I was sharing information and everything that had happened. We didn't want it to leave our little circle because we were trying to figure out what happened, and we're not going to go running around letting people see, oh my gosh, they think this might have happened or that might have happened. It was nothing more than let's not text about it.
So you wanted to keep it, in your words, in your little circle, correct?
Correct. I didn't want it all out there what we had thought had happened. I was going to let the police do their job.
So by definition, the info that Nicole Albert was talking about, that needed to be kept very tight, very secret, correct?
We needed the police to do their job. So we weren't going.
Texts, and Nicole wanted her texts, and the group wanted their texts to be kept secret and private. Isn't that right?
Not secret and private. We just weren't going to communicate certain things over text.
Did you give, or did anybody give you any private information the next day on January 30th?
Didn't even give me private information.
So let me put it in context. A text from Nicole Albert. We'll get more info tomorrow. I don't want to text about it. That was on the 29th, right?
Okay.
So did you get additional info on the 30th, the next day?
I have no idea.
Did anything significant happen on January 30th in connection with this case? Any meetings, any get-togethers, anything that you can think of?
I went to the O'Keefe's house.
Other than that, anything else?
On the way home, Kerry Roberts' daughter is good friends with Michael Lank. So we dropped her off at Michael Lank's house, and Mike's wife came out of the house. Him and Kerry are friends, and she, jumped in the car and was consoling Kerry and asks how the O'Keefes were doing. And, we talked to her.
So you pulled up to Michael Lank's house on the 30th. That's never been reported, has it?
I guess I never thought much of it.
Never thought about reporting the fact that one of the first responding officers on the case, working for Canton PD, which is completely off the case, you had a meeting with, it was unreported the next day?
I didn't meet with Michael Lank.
I see. So you pulled up in the car. Tell me about that again. You pulled up in the car, and what happened?
And Lex, her daughter, went into the house.
Okay. And then you just drove away?
No. Michael's wife came out of the house.
Okay. And y'all had a conversation about what?
She got in the car, and her and Kerry are friends, and she was checking on Kerry and, just saying, oh my God, this is so crazy, just checking in on the O'Keefes.
How long did that take?
Well, Kerry's a talker, so could have been an hour.
Could have been hours standing outside?
Sitting in the car.
Sitting in the car on February 30th. Never came in the house?
Not February 30th.
February 30th?
January 30th. Never went in the house?
I might have ran in to go to the bathroom.
It's the back end of a blizzard. It's freezing cold outside.
Mm-hmm.
Sitting in the car for an hour?
The car was running, Kerry, and they were talking.
I've done that. What's the problem? We live in New England, but not California like you.
Did you have any conversation before your testimony today with anybody about you going to Michael Lank's house on January 30th?
What?
Anybody?
Yes.
Tell me about that. Who was it and when?
It was a couple of weeks ago at the DA's office.
The DA's office had an interview with you, correct?
Not an interview. They just explained this process.
I mean, a conversation? How about that?
Yeah. Yes.
You met with folks at the DA's office. Who'd you meet with?
Any of their kids.
Mr. Lally, Miss McLaughlin, Steve Nelson, Trooper Brian Tully, I believe, and another woman, I can't remember her name, unfortunately.
Someone from the DA's office?
Yes.
Beelan?
No.
Lynn Beelan?
No, she's here today. She works with Steve Nelson.
Ah, but an employee of the DA's office?
Yes.
It sounds like a pretty big meeting.
I wouldn't call it a big meeting. There was, 5 of them?
How long did you, 5 of them and then you? Right?
My daughter Allie came with me also.
The meeting's getting bigger. Anybody else?
No, we both went.
Was Allie in the room when you were I'm gonna say interviewed, but you take issue with every word I use. When you were talked to by the DA?
Allie and I were both in the room when they went over everything, you know, how this all works, because this is all brand new to us. And then they asked me to leave the room.
You were about to say, and I lost the end of that sentence, when they received what?
I didn't mean the word received.
Did you receive anything?
No, I looked at my grand jury notes.
Now, at this meeting, was anybody taking notes?
No.
You have a bunch of lawyers and DAs, and nobody has a notepad in front of them, like notes?
I believe Mr. Lally had a number of folders on the table.
Taking notes?
I do not believe anyone was taking notes. It was a casual meeting to explain this process.
Was that meeting recorded in any way that you're aware of?
No.
How long did the meeting last?
Allie and I were probably in the room, I don't know,
Objection
approximately 20
relevant,
minutes.
dude?
Then I left
Like,
and they spoke with
relevant?
her. And then I went back in and they spoke with me.
How long did they speak with you?
Honestly, maybe half hour.
And during that half hour to an hour, did they go over with you what they expected your testimony to be?
They never spoke about what they expected my testimony to be. They just showed me some pictures that might be shown. I listened to the 911.
What pictures?
Just of the house and how I'd be asked to, you know, show, okay, we're going to put a picture of the house and I'll have a laser.
Okay, when we started this conversation, it was because you said, in answer to my question, was anything ever brought up to you about this meeting at Lank's house?
Mm-hmm.
You said yes.
Mm-hmm.
So obviously they did talk to you about your testimony. It wasn't just about the process, correct?
I asked what discovery had been turned in regard to me.
So you wanted to prepare to make sure that you knew what you might be asked on cross-examination, correct?
I wanted to know what was coming, yes.
And you knew that one of the things was coming after this meet. Well, let me ask it a different way. During this meeting, did Mr. Lally tell you one of the things that's going to be coming is you had an off-the-books meeting at Lank's house for 45 minutes? Did he tell you that?
No, that's not how I was told.
Did he tell you that the defense had uncovered a report that established that you were actually at Michael Lank's house for 45 minutes that had never been reported to the defense or the prosecution before the phone extraction had been done?
By the way, CPD was already off the case.
I was told, I was asked, were you at Michael Lank's on the 30th?
So you've had a lot of time to come up with a story about why you were at Michael Lank's, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
I didn't need time to make up a story because I have the truth of why we went.
And the truth, according to you, is you pulled up at Michael Lank's house. The first responding officer and friends of the Alberts had a meeting with him the next day that was never reported to anybody for any purpose. You just met with his wife out in the car while the car was running for 45 minutes to an hour. That's your story.
It's not a story, it's the truth. Carrie dropped her daughter off. The wife came out. Carrie is a talker. They started talking. A tragedy had happened the day before.
It is interesting, would you not agree, that the day before you had this off-the-books meeting at Michael Lank's house?
Bingo.
Nicole Albert says,
Brianna, bingo.
We'll get more info tomorrow.
CPD also wasn't on the case
the
anymore.
very day you show up at Lank's house.
The state police were. So irrelevant.
Again, I never spoke with Mike Lank at his house. It was not an off-the-books meeting. It was Carrie dropping her daughter at one of her good friends' house, whose husband happens to be a Canton cop. That is what it is. That is the truth.
A lot of coincidences. Do you agree?
Objection.
Christine.
Yes.
Probably shows when she ran in to go to the bathroom. But I'm gonna assume that Michael Lank was probably on duty that day and wasn't even there. Also, the CPD didn't have jurisdiction over it anymore. The state police did, so it's completely fucking irrelevant, really.
That's, by the way, what did Mr. Lally show you in respect of this issue about this meeting at Michael Lank's house?
Objection, relevance.
He just told you about it.
Brian Tully told me.
Okay, what did Mr. Tully tell you? Trooper Tully. What exactly did he tell you at this meeting about this?
This is like a fishing expedition, so I don't know why
He
we're
said,
allowing this.
Did you go to Michael Lank's on January 30th? And at first I said, no, I've never been to his house. And then I thought about it and I said, oh my gosh, yes, I did go there.
Oh, shocker.
And that was the extent of the conversation.
You said, yeah, I did go there, and he didn't ask a follow-up, like, what the heck were you doing at Michael Lank's house the day after this issue?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
He didn't ask a follow-up like that?
I do not believe he did.
So Trooper Tully, had you come down for an interview, he confronted you with a fact
Not an
that had
interview.
never been disclosed before.
It wasn't an interview.
To wit, you showed up at Michael Lank's house, and when you said, yeah, oh yeah, hang on, I think your words were, oh my gosh,
It's
yeah,
a
I think I did
town
go
of
there.
22,000.
And he didn't ask a follow-up
Very
question?
small town, dude.
He was there.
Most people have been their whole life there.
You're spinning all of this.
Ma'am, I do a lot of things.
Yeah.
I don't spin.
Yeah,
There's a
you are
judge here that
spinning.
said
That's
that I
exactly
can
what you're
spin.
doing is spinning.
I'm asking you a question. It's very direct.
I do not believe he asked me a follow-up question.
So that was the end of that conversation about Michael Lank, correct?
Correct.
Mr. Lally didn't have any follow-up questions.
I don't believe Mr. Lally was in the room.
Who else? I thought you said Mr. Lally and Ms. McLaughlin.
They were. They might not have been in the room at that time.
I see. So Mr. Lally just happened to, just saunter out?
It was a different time.
So Mr. Lally was in and out of the
You gotta be
conversation?
using the goddamn bathroom.
Mr. Lally was not there when this conversation happened.
What the hell? Like,
Well, why is that?
why would she know that?
Because I met with Brian Tully and he was not there.
Is Brian Tully taking notes?
No.
He's a state trooper interviewing a witness, and
He was
Objection.
Sustained.
The jury's
The
not
same
gonna
report
find
that
this
has you
cute
at
at all.
Michael Lank's house
Mhm.
also has you picking up Nicole Albert
There
Going
should be
by
a
the-
lot more
going by
objections
34
happening
Fairview.
here.
just before you
He's
went.
stating things, not
Michael
asking,
Lank's
and
house.
those should be objections.
You aware of that?
We did not pick up Nicole Albert.
So you went by 34 Fairview, then diverted, and right after you went by 34 Fairview, went directly over to Michael Lank's house. What was the reason that you stopped by 34 Fairview first?
We didn't stop by. Maybe Carrie slowed down, but we did not stop by 34.
So you drove by, did a drive-by 34 Fairview. Giggles? What?
No, that's how we get to Michael Lank's house.
If the report shows that you actually stopped at 34 Fairview and then went to Michael Lank's house, would we have another oh my gosh moment?
Nope, no oh my gosh moment. We did not pick up Nicole Albert.
Did anybody else go with you over to Michael Lank's house?
No, it was Carrie, myself, and her daughter.
Nope. No oh my gosh moment. Nope.
Okay.
Nope.
Oh, this poor woman is being put through the ringer for.
If I was the jury, I would have lost him a long time ago.
Oh yeah,
Vern.
I would have been like, I would have been so disconnected.
Yeah, the jury can see he's spinning, and she keeps pointing it out. And you're gonna say you're not spinning. You've spun about a million things so far. Like,
I can't even like this. I'm not spinning anything. Like you're taking a piece
get
from this
a
testimony.
drive by. Like, no, they had to go that way. Like, what the?
Well, they're taking a piece from this testimony, and they're taking a piece from this testimony, and they're taking a piece from this testimony, and he's
Correct.
stringing them together to make them look some
Correct.
type of a way.
Correct. Exactly what he's doing.
Jurors, we're going to try and go right up to 1 o'clock. Okay.
It's like a little kid who wants a different answer. Exactly. He keeps hounding her to give a different answer than the one that he wants to hear. So,
Ms. McCabe, we've talked in some detail about your calls with John O'Keefe on the morning of January 29th. Do you recall that
Yes.
conversation? I want to focus your attention on or about, or at or about 12:14 a.m., moving up to about 12:50 a.m. You have that time in mind?
Yes.
You've seen the celebrate extraction from John O'Keefe's phone, which Mr. Lally showed you the other day, correct?
Correct.
And you went through the series of phone calls that were made and that appear on his extraction report, correct?
Correct.
I just want to run through those time-wise very quickly, just to orient you, if I can, and then I'll ask you some specific questions about it. There was a call at 12:14 a.m., correct?
Correct.
That was a call that you indicated was answered. You had a conversation with Mr. O'Keefe.
Correct.
It was a call at 12:18 and 47 seconds. That call also was answered by you. John O'Keefe made that phone call, correct?
Correct.
Then there's the 12:29 and 44 second call that you indicated was not answered.
Correct.
And that was a call to you, from you to him.
Correct.
There was a 12:41 call from you to John O'Keefe, correct? That was
correct.
There was a 12:41 and 54 second call from you to him. Is that right?
Correct.
There was a 12:43 and 19 second call from you to him.
Correct.
12:46 a.m. and 16 seconds from you to him.
Correct.
12:47 and 52 seconds from you to him.
Correct.
And 12:50 and 37 seconds from you to him, correct?
Correct.
You saw in his extraction report that all of those calls after 12:18 were missed calls, correct?
In his report that you showed me?
Correct. In other words, the only two calls that were answered were the 12:14 and 12:18. Everything else was a missed call.
I believe so. I would have to refer to it again because I've seen so many reports.
And Ms. McCabe, according to the extraction reports that you've seen this morning, comparing yours to his, every single one of those calls was deleted off your phone, correct? According to the reports.
According to that report, yes.
Let me ask you another question. Have you ever misplaced your phone?
Yes.
Just in life, everybody does it, right?
Yes.
What's one of the first things you do if you're with your daughter or your husband or a friend and you're in your house and you misplace your phone? What do you do?
Oh, I'll ask them to call my phone.
Even over and over and over, right?
Correct.
Could be as many as 5, 6, 7 times.
Usually I hear it the first or second time.
Looking for a buzz or a ring, isn't that right?
Correct.
And you might do that if you're searching for a missing phone.
He's
correct?
trying to make it like John's phone was missing and they tried to find it and throw it on the lawn, except it never moved from that point on the lawn until the cops found it.
With regard to the calls that were deleted from your phone, you were asked about this under oath at another proceeding, weren't you?
Correct.
And you claimed at another proceeding
Older lady with the glasses.
you had an explanation
John's mom.
for all these missed calls, starting
She's a wonderful woman.
12:29, 12:41, 12:41, 12:43,
Hugs, Peg.
12:46,
Hugs from all of us.
12:50. You have an explanation for that, right?
Can I see the report?
I'm asking you about your prior testimony.
And I'm asking
about these calls.
Yes, I'm asking, can I see it, please?
I'm asking you a different question. At this other proceeding, which you were under oath,
Yes.
right? You explained that these calls were what? These missed calls, incessant missed calls. What were they? You used a word. I'd like 2 words.
I believe I used the word butt dials.
You claimed that every one of these calls was a butt dial. Is that
She
right?
said, but.
Yes.
So according to you, you literally butt dialed John O'Keefe's phone 6 times in the span of 19 minutes. Is that right?
I'm with you, Liza.
I don't remember making any of those calls. So my assumption is I put my phone in my back pocket and that was it.
When you dial someone by mistake, you hit a button, set your phone down, the phone has to be open. You'll hear that, right?
Correct.
Can't be locked. Because Takes several iterations of movement to get a phone open, Face ID or password, right?
Correct.
So when you hit the button by mistake, walk away, that's a butt dial. People call butt dials. What happens with the call?
I assume it goes to voicemail.
It's a good assumption, because that's exactly what it does, isn't it? You've had a phone for a lot of years, right?
Yes.
It rings and rings and rings until it goes to voicemail.
Correct.
So in order to hang up that butt dial, you have to interact with that phone yet again, don't you?
Yes.
So if you had 6 butt dials, 7, I think it's 7 butt dials, you'd not only have to interact with the phone once to butt dial, John, you then have to interact with it every single time to turn off that phone ringer so it doesn't go to voicemail, wouldn't you?
I suppose.
Which makes 14 interfaces with that phone over the course of 19 minutes. Is that right?
I mean, I guess I don't have it all right in front of me, but there were also text messages I was sending. So again, maybe I said, oh, shoot, I called them, and then I turned it off.
But your claim is you don't remember those incessant butt dials and those incessant hangups at all, correct?
I honestly don't.
So you would have had to forget that you interacted with, by the way, you'll agree that the phone extraction showed that John O'Keefe got no voicemails from you, right?
I didn't look, but.
So that means you would have had to interact with that phone 14 times over the course of 19 minutes at the exact time frame that the Commonwealth suggests John O'Keefe lost his life.
Objection.
Sustained. You can ask that differently, and this will be your last question for today, please.
Yes, Your Honor. The
Like, I'm
period
done with
between
this.
1229 and 1250, which is the exact period that you were, quote, butt dialing John multiple times. That's also the exact period that John O'Keefe was rendered incapacitated. Isn't that right?
Objection.
That's sustained. We'll start up again tomorrow, okay?
Thank you.
All right, folks, so I'm going to want to stay there and walk out. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so jurors, please do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into the case. If you have.
You gotta tell me how to do that, Liza.
anything
I don't
about the
check mine,
case,
so sorry if you leave me
please
alone.
now.
I don't check mine.
Tomorrow will be a full day. The forecast is going to be very hot. You'll see this courtroom fluctuate.
I don't have voicemail either.
It could be really
I
hot
never
in
set my
here.
voicemail up.
So maybe bring us.
No, damn it. I should have done that.
I just never set it up because I can tell, I see the calls.
Right.
Mr. Jackson, I don't know if this is your. May I approach? Thank you.
Yeah. Because it's a half day today, because it's Tuesday. They need to stop these half days. I've never seen anything like in a trial with half days, ever. Especially with one supposedly going to be lasting as long as they're going to.
Mr. Lally, who else might you have tomorrow?
Wonderful memory. Gary Roberts.
So Ms. Roberts would be next. Laura Sullivan, Marietta Sullivan, and then I think it would be Mr. Higgins after that.
Oh, Marietta. That's going to
It's
be an
not likely
interesting
we'll
one.
get through all of those, correct?
Probably not.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. We'll see you tomorrow.
All rise for the court, please.
Probably
Jim, I'll
won't
see
hear
you
from the
too.
Sullivans until Thursday, I'm guessing. You're not going to get through them tomorrow, not with Carrie Roberts. I highly doubt. That is a very sweet memory.
She's
All
a
back to the
talker.
family. Yeah. She's a talker.
Hey there, Karen Reed, trial
Nope.
watchers. This is a law and
Nope,
crime
they don't wanna hear
legal
you,
alert.
stupid.
Google incognito.
Nope. Sorry, bub. We don't want to hear you. Like, we don't want to hear you. Get you off the screen, yeah.
So it's raining here, and at any moment, it's cold enough. It could probably fucking start snowing.
Thankfully, it's going to be almost 80 here today. It's already in the 70s. So
Well,
it was
that's
cold
what
and
it'll
rainy
be in
yesterday.
a few days.
Yeah, it was cold and rainy
We've already
yesterday
had,
here.
well, just be prepared. In 3 more days, it'll be cold and rainy where you're at.
Oh, yay. It's 74 right now.
Yeah, we had that 2 days ago.
I mean, here's the thing, right? Like, no matter how much Jackson tries to twist the truth can't be twisted. You can't fake the truth, okay? So he can spin all he wants. He can say, and that's why I think Jen was smart enough to say, let me see it. Let me see it. Let me see it. Because he is the type of person who will say, well, you testified to this, taking out of context what you actually said, trying to get you to say something different. And so that's why she's like, I'm not going to answer that until you show me what the hell you're talking about, because I don't know what you're talking about, because it's not worded in the way that that person worded it. So he keeps trying that over and over with these witnesses. And I just, almost every witness, not every witness, but almost every witness has stopped him, either him or Yannetti, and said, you're spinning this. That is not true. That's not accurate. That is not what I said. That is not what I testified to. So all these different phrases, you have to remember the jury's hearing all of this. You've not heard that from the prosecution. I think even when they're doing the cross-examination, when the defense brings their ridiculous case, I don't think you'll see Lally's going to try to twist anyone's words. So I find it very telling, because the jury is going to be sitting there being like, why is he trying so hard to take out of context what they said or twist something? And I think Jen McCabe was very smart to say, there's no conspiracy here. The story you're trying to tell is not the truth. It's not what happened. There is no giant evil conspiracy here. Like, it's a small town of 22,000 people in Canton. And I've lived on Canton Street in Randolph. It connects to Canton. It's a small town. Most people do know each other. I mean, hell, I grew up in a city that most people know each other. So, I mean, a smaller town, like, more people are going to know each other. And a lot of people try to stay in the towns that they grew up in, growing, like, they try to buy houses there. They want to stay there. Of course, why wouldn't you want to stay in the neighborhood that you grew up in, where you know people already, right? Like, most people try to do that, raise their families in a place that they grew up in. I would want to do that. If I could afford a house, I would do the damn same thing. So, I mean, there's no accuracy coming from the defense. And all of these witnesses have had to redirect the defense and saying, that's not true. That's not right. That's not what I testified to. You're spinning that. Like, literally some of them laughing and making faces like, what? And the jury sees all of it. All of it. I sometimes get on Twitter and I'm like, do these people live in a parallel universe where they're like, this is going so bad for the prosecution? And I'm like, these are people who clearly know nothing about law, nothing about how a court system works, nothing about how a trial works, nothing about what's allowed in and what isn't allowed in. Like, the things that they say, I just have to laugh sometimes, because I'm like, they're like, she didn't say this and she didn't say that, and this person didn't say this, and this wasn't mentioned. And it's all about what's allowed in and what's not allowed in. And most of the time, you're stuck to yes or no answers. I think Jen McCabe was very smart to not stick to yes or no answers and to clarify, so that he couldn't spin. Like, you can't spin the goddamn truth. Like, so there's no proof that the witnesses are lying. You can keep saying they're liars. You can keep saying they're liars over and over and over and over and over. You can also put in a rental lease that someone's not allowed to shit on their toilet, but that doesn't make it so. So, you know what I mean? Like, that's not how it works. Just saying something over and over doesn't magically make it true.
It doesn't make it true the more you say it and the more you repeat it, no matter how you string it together. And so, well,
and we've dealt with that with Aiden, over and over and over and over. Just saying shit.
Thank you. Thank you for today. Thank you for having me. I think I'm around tomorrow. I don't think I got to travel. I did 350 miles yesterday. So I think I've done my
dang girl, dang,
until Thursday. So, oh God, I was over by Yellowstone, and then I was up in Montana, and then
I'm
came back over the mountain, and it was fucking ridiculous yesterday. I was a road runner.
Probably beautiful.
Anyway.
Nonetheless.
Oh, it was because the basin is so green. Like, this is our spring. We're a high plains desert, and and like crazy. We've been getting rain. It started raining about 8 o'clock last night, and it's just starting to finally lighten up right now. So anyway, I will be around tomorrow if you'll have me. So
shall be here.
All right. Bye, love.
Of course. Bye. Talk to you later. Yeah. So, I mean, there's a lot going on in this case, but what you can't spin is the truth, right? Yeah. Well, that's another thing, like, here's the thing. It's no secret that I don't love the police. Okay. I don't. I've seen a lot of corruption as someone who's been a volunteer advocate for so long. I've seen a lot of cops lie I've seen so many lies in reports, like just to catch someone, mostly like drug addicts or something small, like even to write a ticket, they lie. Like, so I'm not a huge fan of the police, but what makes sense, and what doesn't, right? Like, you're now saying there's a conspiracy of all the cops, all the EMT workers, the children, including John's children. That is absurd. Okay. Absolutely absurd. I'm sorry, but you're not going to tell me that John's minor children who lost their parents, and then John, who they lovingly called a funkle, a father uncle, are liars. I'm sorry. And they conspired with all of the adults to keep this story as a conspiracy. Like, I'm sorry, but you're also telling me that well-trained ATF agent and a BPD officer threw a man out on a lawn and just hoped that he would die. Like, hoped, wished and prayed that he would just die right there on the lawn and no one would find him and rescue him and he could tell what happened. Like, that's what you're telling me. Like, that makes no logical sense. Not when you have all the evidence. It doesn't make logical sense. It might have made sense in the beginning when there was very little evidence and there was very little information, and the only information you were getting was unbeknownst to a lot of us, being fed from the defense to a blogger. It made sense then, but it doesn't make sense when you put all the puzzle pieces together and all of the evidence that I know of now, even some of the things that haven't come out on the stand yet that will. It just doesn't. There's a lot of data. There's the key cycling of Karen's car, which you would only really know if you're a car person, a really, really good car person and a tech person, or I don't know, you have a brother that works at a goddamn Lexus dealership. How else would anyone know to try to key cycle the car 200 times to erase EDR data? And so that is information that they have, that they will be bringing up in this case. They'll also be bringing up in the DNA they found on the car. They'll also be bringing up the other data that's on the car, the whopping 100 pages of the autopsy report, which of course you've only seen a little bit of. The actual autopsy photos, the real autopsy photos that were not darkened to make it look like the wounds were much deeper than they actually are. Some of the original pictures you can literally see are scrapes at best, like you scraped your knee, like you were playing street hockey and you scraped your arm or knee when you fell. Like, so I mean, yeah, right, exactly. It is delusional. It's quite delusional. Sometimes I literally have to like regroup and be like, what is wrong with this world? If people's critical thinking skills are this bad, I'm afraid for my children. Like, I'm afraid. I'm literally afraid. Like, I get it if you believe it in the beginning. I totally understand it because I did too, right? But once you get all the evidence, once you're handed all the evidence, right? And things are explained, like reasons on why they did X, Y, or Z, right? When the reasons are explained to you, then you're like, oh, wait, hold on. I was wrong. I was very, very, very wrong. And because there's so much evidence that people still, I love these people who are like, and when are we going to see it? And whenever the friggin' prosecution decides that they're going to use it. We're still in the very beginning stages. Somebody argued with me the other day, this is the beginning of the trial. Yes, it is, dude. For something that's supposed to be 6 to 8 weeks and I believe could take longer. This is the beginning stages of the trial. We haven't seen any of that evidence yet. All the forensics, all the data. The Celebrate expert is going to get on the stand and tell you that Jen McCabe did not Google house long to die in cold at 2:27 a.m. Why? Because the defenses choose to use a DW wall file, which is like when you open a tab. So say I have, let's look right now. I have 4 tabs open, 5, 6, 7, 8 tabs open on my phone right now. Okay. I opened probably one of those days ago. Whatever day I open that tab, it's going to timestamp. Then when I open it again, say I opened it right now, it's going to timestamp it right now.
Then when I do the Google search, it'll timestamp that. But if you're only using the DW wall file, you're not going to see the timestamp of when I Google it. You're going to see the timestamp of when I pulled up the original time that I pulled up the tab. So the Celebrate expert is going to testify to the fact that no, she did not Google anything at 2:27 a.m. She pulled up her tab at 2:27 a.m. or opened her tab at 2:27 a.m. She did not Google until 6 whatever, twice in the backseat of that cruiser at Karen's behest. So, I mean, the defense can keep going on this theory that she Googled anything at 2:27 a.m., but their own expert has in other paperwork, and I'm going to guess they're not going to use that expert at trial, agreed with the Celebrate expert. Now, here's the thing. The guy basically made the software, the guy from Celebrate who's going to testify. So if I'm a jury member, right? If I'm a jury member and I'm listening to one expert who basically made the damn software tell me how to read the software, and then I have some other person, the defense's expert, telling me how I should read the software from their point of view, except they didn't make the software. They didn't make the software. So how do they know? They're just guessing, right? Based on what they know data-wise, like they're just guessing. They didn't make this software. They don't know. I'm going to go with the person that made the software, or basically made the software, helped create, parts of the software. Like, I'm going to go with what they think because they know how it works better than this schmo knows how it works. Now, if it was the opposite way around and the defense had Ian Whiffen testify on their behalf saying it was at 2:27 a.m., then sure, I'd go with that. But that's not what we have happening here. And they're trying to use the DW wall file. It's not the same. And they keep saying, well, Google searches and other cases that people say online are never, questioned. Well, that's because nobody else has ever tried to use a DW wall file. Like everybody else is using the correct, data, right? Like they're saying there are calls that are answered. No, those calls weren't answered. They went to voicemail. It'll still pick up on a software as a answered call because the voicemail answered it. It was answered by the voicemail, not by you, but by the voicemail. It still counts as something that was answered by the voicemail. So this whole these calls were answered and you must have been calling your sister and she answered, no, she didn't answer. The voicemail probably picked up. She was given the button or the phone was off, whatever, but it still takes seconds to get there, right? The calls weren't answered. It's that simple. And Ian Whiffen's going to be able to explain all of that. Now, once you put Ian Whiffen, the children, John's children, okay, and the rest of the forensic experts, I think this is over for her. I think it's over for her after the kids testify. Problem is, we're not going to see or hear the kids testify because of all the harassment that has happened to every single witness, some of them while they're on the goddamn stand. That's just disgusting to me that people take the time out of their day to harass these people who have been accused of no goddamn crime, have been charged with no goddamn crime. And you would take the time out of your day to harass them literally while they're on the stand, send them death threats. There's something wrong with you. Something wrong with you that you feel the need to do that. There's something wrong with you. Okay. Find something else to do. Find something constructive to do other than harassing people just because you don't agree with what they're saying because someone told you to. I'm sorry, but come on, let's use our brain cells here, people. The harassment they have received, they do not want the children to receive. So the media is not allowed to film or audio the children's testimony, which I agree with. It's to protect the kids. I'm hoping that they will refer to a transcript for us so that we can see the transcript. If I get that transcript, you guys will be the first people to know and we will read it. But I think it's a safe thing to do for these children. They certainly don't deserve to deal with any of this. Yeah. Group text, family group text. I'm sorry. If one of my family members was a witness in a case right this minute, you think I'm magically going to stop group texting with them? Hey, we can't group text anymore. You're now a witness. I can't talk to you. Do you know how ridiculous that sounds? Come on, stop it. That's stupidity. Magically going to stop talking to my family members. You know how ostracized they would feel? That would be terrible. You're supposed to be there for the people that you care about. Comfort each other. Not be like, oh, sorry, I can't. You're like a leper. Get away from me. Come on. Who the hell does that? No one with a heart or a brain cell does. And anybody who says they would is just lying. Right? So I think the mischaracterization of a lot of this, the spinning of a lot of this, has led people to believe that all these people are in on a giant conspiracy. I implore you to use your brain. If you have 5 friends and you tell 5 friends a secret, how long is that secret held for? You think that secret's held over 50, 60, 30, 40? No matter if you even tell me 12, 15, 20, 50, 60, 80 people. 5 people can't keep a secret for a month. Never mind that many. I mean, come on. Seriously. Let's use our brain cells here. Someone would have quote unquote flipped, and they keep talking about this. Oh, Brian Higgins made a federal proffer. You guys are really going to be quite upset when Brian Higgins gets on the stand and testifies. You're going to find out very quickly that Brian Higgins is not testifying that there was a fight in the house. He's not testifying that he saw a fight in the house. There are nothing like that. There's no he flipped and it's going to tell, like, that's not going to happen. Brian Higgins is going to tell the same story everybody else already told you because it's the truth. So, I mean, you know, Twitter's going to have a field day on that day because I think they seem to think that, like, there's this federal proffer that, like, he's going to flip on everyone and he got this deal and this ridiculous nonsense that I can tell you for sure is not a thing at all. So there's a lot more to go in this trial. I think tomorrow, poor Jen's got to go back for a damn third day because of these half days. But I think tomorrow we'll probably take almost close to lunch with the rest of Jen, maybe even after lunch, and then Carrie Roberts, and that's going to last 2, maybe 3 days as well because of the half days with Carrie Roberts. So, except like Jen McCabe said, Carrie Roberts is very blunt, and she's like me. She sort of like tells it like it is, I've been told. And she's not one to sort of sugarcoat shit, you know, just like I'm not going to sugarcoat shit. So I think it's going to be interesting seeing her testify and not take the BS as well. Like, I'm sorry, but if my friend was found on a lawn, especially a family member or a friend's lawn, I'd be over the house too, trying to figure out what happened to the person that we care about. How could this have happened? Talk to everyone who was there that night, talk to everyone who wasn't. And not that I don't have faith in law enforcement doing their job, but I mean, here's the thing. There are plenty of missing people. And I know this, you know, 100%. I have a friend who is still missing. He's been missing since 2006. He was my roommate and my roommate's boyfriend. And Miguel's been missing since 2006. And I don't think that the Mass State Police and the Maine Police did the best that they could to find him. And, you know, if I was his mother, just like she's been doing for years, Myrna has been for years advocating for her son and trying to find any leads and trying to bust open doors to find her son, I would be doing the same for any person who is a good friend of mine or a family member. Like, I'm going to go do this myself. I'm going to figure out what friggin' happened to the person that I care about, my friend, family member, loved one, whatever. Because no, I don't always have faith that the cops are going to figure it out. There are plenty of times where they don't, and it's right in front of them and evident. So yeah, I want to try to figure out what the hell I can figure out and help in any possible way that I can to bring the person to justice that did this to the person that I care about. That's what they did. They talked to each other to try to figure out what happened to John. It's not nefarious in any way, dude. Like, if you were all involved in something like this, something happened on your lawn while you were sleeping and you woke up and this is what was going on, would you or would you not? You're just going to keep your mouth shut and not talk to anybody, only the police, not your wife, not your kids, not anybody who was there. You're never going to say anything ever again. Do you know how unrealistic that is? If you have a heart, at least, if you actually cared about that person, at least, even if you were just acquaintances with them, it's your house that they came to. Whether they went in or not, they still came there for an after party and never made it in. And I try to figure out why and how. Right? Any of us, I think, would. And it really bugs me. Like, if people are going to actually claim that, like, they wouldn't. Of course you would. It's common sense. Anyone would. Right? Anyone would try to figure out what the fuck happened here. And I'm a person who likes to write things down. Like, some people like to type notes. As you guys know, I like to write notes. And I have pages and pages and pages of notes. Not just for this, I have other notebooks and I have pages of notes for my friend Miguel. Anything that I've learned that could be helpful. You know, like, we still want him found. He's been missing since 2006. Like, yeah, how didn't we see him? You know, like I'm sure to this day, they kick themselves with the fact that they didn't see John on that lawn. But I'll be the first person to tell you I've been by that house quite a few times, in the dark, in the light, in the snow, in the regular, just to see like what it would look like outside. And I never step onto the property, obviously, because it's new owners and stuff. I don't know those people. Like, I mean, not that I know the McCabe's and Alberts. I don't know them either. But I pull up like alongside sort of like where they say Karen would have pulled up. And I'm sort of just looking at this lawn. And like during the daytime, you got pretty good sight. But even during the daytime, the area where John was mulched. So it's like a dark brownish mulch. And there's like a couple bushes, some trees. And then there's like a electrical box that's sort of cracked open and isn't shut all the way, which apparently has been like that for years, the neighbors tell me. And then there's a fire hydrant and then the flagpole, all still there. At night though, especially in the snow or even in the rain, okay, because I've been there when it's raining at night, it's really hard to see if you're over where the driveway is. Like, I won't walk on the property. So I am imagining it's even worse on the property than it is right where the mailbox is over near the driveway. But if you look from where the driveway is, it's really hard to see anything over there. It's a very dark corner. Like, so I can't blame them. Like, they didn't see him. It's that simple. And by the time some of them left, it was like blizzard snowing. Like, it was coming down pretty heavy. Like, visibility was probably nothing. And at that point, John would have been covered in some of the snow at that point. Like, yeah, I mean, you got to think about it. He is a cop and, a trained first responder. So, like, imagine him not knowing that entire time someone's on his lawn dying and he could have helped. Like, someone's got to kick themselves, Like, I know how I feel. My fiance died in a house fire, and for years, this was years and years and years ago, but for years, I used to think to myself, like, well, what if I had just called him? Or like, what if I just went by and picked him up? Or like, what if I had just been home and not working that night? Like, I did the what ifs for years and years. And sometimes on, occasions like his anniversary and stuff, I sort of still do. So I can only imagine the what ifs that they go through on a daily basis. Like, how, why, like, of course, no one's not going to give aid to someone who's, bleeding, or they just didn't see him. It's that simple. He clearly didn't make any sounds, and I mean, they didn't hear any sounds from inside the house, nor were they going to. You got music going, you have people talking, like 10 people talking can sound like, 40 people talking. Like, it's, especially if people are trying to talk over each other. You ever been in a house with like just 10 or 20 people for like a birthday party or something, and like everyone's talking? You never hear anything outside. Barely hear the doorbell or somebody knocking. Like, so, I mean, to expect that they would have heard anything outside, they're certainly not going to hear anything outside. I think that the defense is trying to put this whole, well, you didn't hear anything and you didn't see anything, therefore he wasn't there. I just don't think that's going to work for the jury with the rest of, the rest of the evidence. I just don't see it at all. If they had something to prove anything, they just don't, like, oh, he did. I'm so happy for him. I forgot your kids get out of school so much earlier than mine. I'm so happy for him. That's awesome, Kathy. Yeah, so I mean, there's so much to this case, but I feel like if I'm a juror and I'm sitting there, I mean, you can say it's a conspiracy, but show me some sort of evidence that points to it. And I'm just not seeing it. I'm just not seeing it. There's no possible freaking way. There's just not. There's just too many people to try to keep it a conspiracy. And then you're going to tell me what the kids are involved. I mean, come on, that's cockamamie. That's just ridiculous. That's utterly stupid. But I'm going to let you guys go. I'm getting some incoming calls that are quite important. I love you guys. Tomorrow's a full day. Remember that. And I will see you all tomorrow. If you are on my replay crew, and you guys can always, donate to the channel. That's how we survive over here. The Cash App and Venmo is on the bottom of the screen right now. I know I didn't have it going earlier. I totally forgot. But we run strictly on donations from our amazing viewers like you guys. So that's always appreciated. Same for my replay crew. And I love you guys so much. And I will see you all again in the morning. Bye.